Good morning. This is a public hearing of the Chatham Conservation Commission being held on Wednesday, August 26th, 2020, in accordance with the provisions of the Mass General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Wetlands Protection Act, and the Town of Chatham's Wetland Protection Bylaw, Chapter 272. It is being broadcast live on Channel 18 and recorded for the archives. My name's Janet Williams, and as Chair of the Conservation Commission, I'm opening this hearing at 9:01 a.m. Today's hearing is being conducted via remote video conference pursuant to Governor Baker's emergency orders prohibiting the gathering of large groups of people. Every effort has been made to ensure the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. The agenda has been posted on the town website. A reminder that persons watching on Channel 18 who would like to participate in the meeting while it's in progress may do so by calling the phone number that's displayed on the screen. To all participants in this meeting today, please make sure you are muted throughout to prevent any background noise, except when you are asked to or request permission to speak. To mute yourself if you're on the phone, press *6 and then press *6 again to unmute. As we all know, we have a long agenda to work our way through today, and to do that as efficiently and quickly as possible, we're going to observe and stick to some tight time frames. So I'm asking that all applicant representatives, all commission members, all abutters, and other members of the public who want to participate to keep their remarks and their questions brief and focused entirely on the information that the commission needs to make a decision. To keep things moving along, I'm going to ask each member of the commission in turn to ask their questions before moving on to the next member. As we consider each matter, I will be giving participants on the call an opportunity to speak. If I forget to issue that invitation and you have something to say or a question you wish to ask about a particular matter, please unmute and speak up and ask to be recognized to speak. All commission votes today will be by roll call so that we have a record of a quorum of the commission attending today. I'm now going to ask each member to indicate their presence by stating their name. Commissioner Rawls.
Here.
Commissioner Kitts.
Kitts is here.
Commissioner Del Vecchio.
Del Vecchio present.
Commissioner Clark.
Clark present.
Okay. Here we go. Okay, that's. Since the start of the emergency period on March the 10th, the Commission has been scheduling applications for hearings in the order in which those applications have been received. I'm exercising the authority conferred on me by Section 17B5 of the Act of 2020 as the Chair of the Conservation Commission to declare the following applications are being scheduled for a hearing on September 23rd. 243 Bridge Street, 70 Judges Way, and 38 Willow Bend. They'll be scheduled for hearing on September the 23rd. We do have some continuances for today. The following applications are being continued on the request of the applicant. If you are here for any of the following applications, they will not be heard today. 40 Gamies Lane, 144 Chat Harbor Lane, 26 Hardings Beach Road, and 55 Sears Point Road. And with that, Callie, I think that brings us to the first item on our agenda for today.
Okay. The first item on the agenda are field change requests. The first one is for 4 Ministers Lane, Foxman Nominee Trust, SE 103280, proposed changes to the granite block pavers located in the patio area situated along the north side of the existing dwelling.
Good morning. This is Roger McNevich with Coastal Engineering, representing the Foxman family on this field change request.
Good morning, Roger. Go ahead. Go ahead.
What I'd like to do is bring up on the screen the approved plan that shows the approved layout of these granite block pavers in this very narrow patio area that's located between the existing dwelling and the rock revetment. So
okay,
we're bringing that up right now.
Does Callie have that? Okay, well, we'll go.
I think. Yeah, I think Roger, you're gonna. Yep, great.
There you are. Okay.
That's the approved arrangement of the granite block pavers, and the infill is trap rock. If we can move to the left, you can see a profile. And the basis of this design is to have means to walk in this area somewhat. These are like stepping stones. There's, as you can see, 9-inch to 12-inch diameter trap rock overlying gravel bedding and then filter fabric. And it's kind of sloped back towards the rock revetment. The basis of this design is to accommodate storm overwash. The building itself is, the surface is protected with fieldstone, mortared fieldstone. And there's a history in severe storms of water crashing up against the building slightly in this area. So this design is not so much to percolate that water into the ground. It's to provide star protection, and the waves would flow back down over the revetment out into Pleasant Bay. What I can do is also then bring up from the existing and approved stepping stone to the proposed, where we're reducing the spacing from 12 inches down to 2 inches between the pavers. What happened was Mr. Foxman really felt that he would like to be able to have some accommodation to be able to walk in this area other than stepping stones. And so we've shown this arrangement, which makes it more easily accessible for Mr. and Mrs. Foxman, who are in their early 80s, I believe, and so it would accommodate their use of this area. That's pretty much in a nutshell why we're doing what we're doing for this proposal, this field change request.
Okay, thank you. I have a question. What impact does changing to infilling what was once with just smaller rocks with larger granite slabs do to the runoff coming off of that area going down to the revetment?
Oh, there's virtually there's no change in the amount that's going to percolate into the ground. I mean, there's waves successively crashing every few seconds. So it's not like this is a stormwater drainage area. The filter fabrics protect the underlying soil from being washed away, which there was a history in this area. So this is really armoring of the surface of this area right up against the home. The concept is that the storm water would just flow back towards the Pleasant Bay.
Right. As does the wave action after it hits these stones.
Exactly.
Okay. Bob Rawls, do you have any questions?
Oh, okay, yes, just one. I assume there's increasing coverage from the original proposal. I don't know if that affects any sort of mitigation that was done before.
It's pretty much armored either way. It's essentially the same amount of armoring. The intent is to protect the underlying soil, and that's the purpose of this.
There are no more pavers than there were before?
Well, there's a few more because they're closer together. There was 12-inch spacing before, but it's inconsequential, the increased area. It was trap rock in between, large diameter trap rock in between anyway. It was pretty much solidly infilled previously under the original concept.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that it, Bob?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Joe, do you have any questions?
Not from me.
Okay. Bob Delvecchio?
I just had a question on the what is it, crushed stone between the new pavers now? Is that the new design?
That's actually, it's only 2 inches. It's pretty much a void space between. So it will facilitate the percolation into the underlying areas.
So it's pretty much butted up against each other a bit, or just a 2-inch space?
We're proposing 2-inch spacing instead of 12-inch spacing.
Okay, and there's nothing in that joint area between the stepping stones?
Right, exactly.
Is it soil or?
Well, there's soil underneath. That's all. There's
okay.
Filter fabric.
All right, but there's just air in between the pavers then. Just the space.
Right.
Okay, so there's nothing going to be washed back into the Pleasant Bay or anything like that? That's what I was
No.
concerned with.
No,
Okay,
no.
thank you. That's it. That's it for me.
Okay. Tom, any questions?
No questions.
Callie?
Yeah, I have one. Roger, I had an issue with a plan just administratively. I talked to you about it yesterday. I think in an effort maybe to, on your end, it may have been a recycled plan that showed a lot more was proposed. I think it was an old plan that you may have used as a CAD file for this one. Is it possible for you to just, in your CAD file, real quickly, kind of turn off everything wasn't proposed in this field change request?
Right, we can call out that one detail on a separate page sheet and send it over.
Okay,
Okay, easily done.
okay.
For the sure.
Yeah, we just want only in this field, we want a plan that shows only what's proposed in this field change request to be on record.
Okay, we can make that change and get that over to you within a day or so, no problem.
Okay.
Is that it, Callie?
Yep.
Okay. Do we have then a motion to approve the field change request? Based on, conditioned on Callie receiving the cleaned up CAD file.
Yes, this is Bob Rawls. I move to be approved the field change request pending additions from the applicant.
Kits, second.
All right, roll call to approve the field change request. Commissioner Rawls,
Yes.
Pitts,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Assuming that what we're focusing on is only the pavers and not the change in construction methodology in terms that was
Right.
the second item listed on the agenda.
That's coming up next. So, yep.
Okay.
All right, I vote aye as well, so that field change request is approved. Now we come up to the next part of the request.
Okay, real quick, Roger, are you gonna control the screen here for the next one as well?
Yes, we're going to bring up the plan of record for that project as well.
I'll read it into the record and then you can keep control. All right, 4 Ministers Lane, Foxman Nominee Trust, SE 10-3285, proposed changes to the construction methodology to reconstruct the existing rock revetment.
This proposal is based upon feedback we got when we put this project out to bid to really qualified marine contractors. And the intent was that this project would be constructed using primarily a barge in Pleasant Bay with a secondary possible access from the upland area as shown on the plan. The plan also does show as a backup access from Scattery Town Landing. Excuse me, the way the order of condition was written, and I can refer you to, in a minute, I'll bring up on the screen a special condition. What we found is because of the feedback we got from contractors, most contractors were reluctant to even get involved in this project because of the really difficult access issues. What we learned was, number one, right in the order, there's any kind of barge sitting on Pleasant Bay bottom at any time was prohibited. Plus, even more so, the marine contractor said their barges cannot sit on the bottom ever because of their structural integrity. They have to be floating at all times. And the grading out there in Pleasant Bay is such that the site is inaccessible from a barge to be able to do this work. So we learned from those contractors at the time that the project was out to bid. Likewise, the access from the upland portion is such that, if you notice on the plan, it's very tight, very difficult access, and there's existing tiered concrete walls that step down the coastal bank on both sides. And it was very, very difficult, very problematic to get the kinds of equipment in that we needed for this work, which included not only reconstruction of the rock revetment, but the addition of a steel sheet pile cutoff wall. What's happened here at the site is that As you know, Pleasant Bay is a very dynamic area, and also being experienced by the next door neighbor, the bottom is dropping along the toe of these revetments from south to north direction. And even during the course of the permitting, we saw additional dropping of the grade right at the toe of the revetment, and it's migrating northerly. What that leads to is that the only contractor who responded was Easy Dozit, who said that he felt he could do this project, but he would have to come in from Scattery Landing, as we has shown on the plan, and he has a methodology to do that. Okay, and I can briefly describe. He plans to come in along the beach at a lower tide, and then he would climb up. He would relocate the rocks in a fashion that he would climb up on top, create a shelf in the existing revetment, and bring his excavator up on top of that. And one of the conditions is that we can't be putting rocks and keeping rocks out temporarily out on the beach during construction. This is Denny McGinn. He felt he could do this project and keep his equipment up out of the tidal area and affect the very complicated project. This is because of the drop in the beach adjacent to the toe of the revetment, that some additional rocks would have to be brought in of a good size to augment what's already there. It's pretty much a reconstruction of existing, and the addition of that steel sheet pile wall is a cutoff wall. We don't have the luxury here to completely disassemble this whole wall and then put down filter fabric and rebuild it all, because of the nature of the depth to which the beach has eroded away in the tidal range. So I know there's a question as to how many trips. I think once the excavator is brought to the site, it will stay at the site for the duration of the project. There'll be trips to bring in the supplies to the site, which would be the steel sheet pile sections, which may involve 2 or 3 trips to haul the sheet pile to the site, and then maybe upwards of 6 or 8 trips to bring in some additional larger stone to the site, working off of Scattery Landing as a staging area. We know that the contractor is going to have to get a permit from TED to use Scattery Landing as part of this project. So that's pretty much what's going on here. I'd be glad to answer any questions. If I can add one more comment, we can bring up on the screen the section in the order of conditions for this project under special conditions, and I'll have it up here in a second. Special condition number 5, and there was some allowance in the order of conditions for this access, and if you can see it highlighted here, it's either by barge or overland, but only when necessary that Scattery Landing may be utilized. I've also sent over to the commission approval letters. There's some conditions on those letters of the 3 abutters of the property owners between Scattery Landing and the site, but in essence, we've obtained permissions with some conditions, and it's written in those individual approval letters that the commission has that we sent over in the last few days. So that's pretty much the scenario of what's going on as far as this requested field change. We feel it's actually been endorsed in the original order of conditions. It's just that although we didn't want to access this way, it appears it's the only way that's possible physically to do this, to secure the existing residents at this site.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Roger. Yeah, we did take a look at that special condition and recognize that the issue was discussed back in 2018 when this was first issued, that there may be a need to use the Scattery Landing. And I also know this is coming up as a field change request, which on its face makes sense, except to the extent that the commission will need to add some requirements to its approval, to the ability to proceed this way. So it's not just a simple field change request that the agent can sign and you go. I think that we'll put together an approval form that contains the requirements and the conditions that the commission wants to impose, and those include some time of year restrictions that I know that Ted will talk to you about, and that the adjoining neighbors also pointed to, so that it doesn't appear that anything will be able to commence before, at the earliest, the middle of October, to avoid problems with the use of the landing and their use of their beachfront area. So with that, Callie, what do you have the, Roger, I'm going to ask Callie to share her screen and for her to bring up the aerial. So if you can relinquish.
Right, okay, we'll.
Thank you. She's got we've got an aerial photograph that shows very clearly the access route from the landing.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yep. Let me open it to others while you're doing that. Bob, do you have questions for Roger about this?
Well, just as we're asking for this to be an amendment rather than a field change request,
Well,
or is it something else?
it's something else. To go through the amendment process would require going through a different process, which would extend this out, make it impossible to start before October. I think it can be done as a field change request. It was referenced in the original order of conditions as a possibility in terms of access to the site. So I don't think it's not an amendment to that. To the extent to which we're willing to approve it as a field change with some restrictions and some requirements, I think we can go ahead and do that. And what we'll do is we can draft something to issue at the work session.
Okay. I don't have any other, because we'll put these restrictions in and it's all straightforward, I think, at that point.
Yep. Procedurally, it's just a little odd, but we'll work our way through it.
Okay, I have it here.
Okay.
So,
Janet,
Yes.
I had a question, just for my own information. Was the sheet pile, the use of the sheet pile, part of the original approval?
Yes. That was what the original proposal was to the revetment needs further fortification. So they're going to move the rocks out of the way, install sheet pile behind it, and then replace the rocks.
Got it.
It is a
Thank you.
complicated project. So Callie can you show Callie where Scattery Landing, there's the town landing there, and the access is along the beach front end. There's the number 4 Minister's Point, and the revetment is roughly the area in front, extending along the vegetated portion of that. Okay, so now with that, other questions?
this is Callie. I think it's a little, I guess when I met Roger on site and we talked about having this come to the commission as a field change request, I didn't anticipate that the commission would want to condition the field change request. I think it is a bit odd if you guys want to condition it, it may be better as an amendment, and we can allow today as like the first phase, if you guys approve it like that. And then we could have them come back to us very briefly at a September meeting, and it could go out for an amended order in October. I think if you want to handle it still as a field change request and write them a letter, that's fine too, but there's nothing enforceable on that. So it's a bit of an uncharted area. It
is, but my issue with proceeding that way, aside from the further complexities, is that the order of conditions contemplates this change, this possibility. So there's nothing that's being amended in the order. We're allowing the project to proceed as provided for in the order and adding to that approval a few restrictions in terms of the timing. And
Yeah,
so I
think
don't,
the
yeah,
only-
so, yeah,
I
go
think
ahead.
the only thing that would change, I think the order, and I have no stake in the game either way. I'm just administratively trying to think about this.
Yep.
And that the only thing that the original order doesn't have is conditions for this. I think the original order granted almost permission or allowed the secondary access route to happen, but it didn't include any conditions for that secondary access route.
Right. And now that they're going to, they need to utilize that secondary access. Well, let's talk about what the conditions might be. You can stop
Okay.
sharing now because I don't want to be looking at me.
Oh, sorry.
I'm going to turn off my camera in a second. I didn't realize that I take up the whole screen. So is Ted on the line?
No.
Oh, okay. He had said in an email that he had concerns about it not being done before mid-October until after the Columbus Day weekend, which is up until then the landing is too heavily used. Also, I noticed that one of the adjoining neighbors has a wedding planned for mid-October. So there would be a restriction that it not be commenced before we can settle on a particular date, say, October 19th. What about the tidal? I mean, you can tell from your photograph that the movement across the beach is not going to be able to occur except during very low tide, because the high tide comes right up into the revetment area. So to avoid being in the water, they'll have to traverse the beach during low tide. Do we want a restriction that prohibits them from going into the tidal flat area, or that's not possible?
I think we could echo, what Roger said, in that all equipment should be kept off of the tidal area, and that the excavator should be placed on that temporarily created quote unquote shelf. So it's not going to be on the intertidal area during construction, except for on that shelf. And also that we should limit, I think, the number of trips that they're allowed to take based on what Roger said at the hearing. And I know it's hard. I know it's hard for Roger to forecast how many trips are going to be taken. So those would be my only 4. The shelf, no equipment on the intertidal, and then the number of trips.
Okay. Anybody else have any?
This is Kitts here.
Yes, Joe, go ahead.
That's a very significant shellfish bed all along there. And are these trips across there going to do any kind of damage?
Callie, we got a comment from Renee about this?
No, we didn't.
Okay. We're going to need that then.
Because there's mussels and oysters that grow all along there in the low tide.
So maybe, I apologize this is taking such a long time. Maybe the thing to do, if Roger's okay with it, is to allow this to move into an amendment.
Yeah.
I'll go back. I'll get Renee to submit a comment letter. I maybe will follow up with Roger again and maybe Denny to really drill into the number of trips that they think they'll need so we can be realistic about it. And then if we can continue this to the September 23rd meeting, and it should be a very quick amendment.
Yeah. We've already worked out what we'd be looking for, and pending what Ted and Renee suggest, we'd be ready to go. Roger, to issue the amendment at the October work session, which would have you guys ready to move by your target date.
That's perfectly acceptable to us, definitely.
Okay, great. Okay. I think that works. So this is now then, so I'm going to take a vote then to treat this presentation as a request, as phase 1 request for an amendment of the existing permit, and ask for a motion to approve that request, and then we'll vote on it.
Right, this is Bob Rawls. I move that we treat this as phase 1 of an amendment request.
Kits, second.
All right, roll call vote to approve the phase 1 request for an amendment. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. So it's approved as phase 1. We will, and then we will schedule the phase 2. Roger, if you're okay with that, for the hearing at on the 23rd of September.
Okay, that's excellent.
All right.
Very good.
We are ready. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
The next item on the agenda is request for determination of applicability. 51 Bog Way, Beverly Reese, proposed installation of new subsurface sewage disposal system at 51 Bog Way, Assessor's Map 6C, Parcel 8A.
Okay.
I'm just pulling up the plan here.
Yep, I've got mine. David, are you on the line?
David Clark here, Clark Engineering.
Yeah. Yes, good morning, David. All right, Callie's got it up now.
Yeah, this is straightforward upgrade of the Title V system. There are existing cesspools that are probably in groundwater. Mrs. Ricky just recently passed away, and I think the family will be putting this property on the market, and as required by the Board of Health regulations, they need to upgrade. This is the only place on the property that a system can go and meet all the setback requirements of Title V and the local Chatham Board of Health regulations. It is in the floodplain. We have kept the system to the minimum profile that Title V allows to limit the amount of mounding that's required. Title V requires a 5-foot separation from adjusted groundwater, and you see on the plans how we determined what the seasonal high groundwater was. So this is a bare minimum of that meets the requirements of Title V. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, David. Bob Rawls, do you have questions?
I was just wondering whether, since it's in the floodplain, David, does it have to be the surrounding border needs to be raised up somehow?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Well, the question is, since it's in a floodplain, does the above ground structure need to be higher than it is now?
It's at the bare minimum. So there's no way to lower anything and still have the 5-foot separation to groundwater. The septic tank covers will be above the floodplain, so there's no issues with floodwaters getting into the septic tank.
Okay, that was actually what I was asking about. Okay.
Okay. Joe, questions?
Nope.
Bob Rawls, question? I mean, Bob Delvecchio, sorry, question?
Yes, David, so this is replacing a cesspool, correct?
Correct.
So that's a good environmental benefit right there. And also there's a cherry tree on the edge of that new system. Is that going to remain?
That's the goal. That's why we have a long, skinny leaching field. We're trying to save that tree.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Okay. Tom, questions?
Yeah, I had a couple of questions. David, do you know if what was the reason that triggered I don't know who initiated it, but the request to replace the cesspool with a septic, and why?
It was the family. given that Mrs. Rickey at the time was moving out of the house to, I believe, assisted living. They were thinking they were going to have to put the house on the market. So knowing that in Chatham, cesspools categorically fail, they knew they had to upgrade the system. So it wasn't a result of a Board of Health enforcement.
No, I had one other related question, which you may have already answered indirectly, which is there any testing that's been done to ascertain if any of the waste has impacted groundwater? And that'd be question one. Question two would be impacted the nearby salt marsh.
No testing was been done.
All right, thank you.
Callie, anything from you? Questions?
No, I thought this was a really nice RDA put together. It was really clear, and I really appreciated David's efforts.
Yeah. Okay. So do we have a motion then for a negative determination?
Bob Rawls move for a negative determination for the RDA.
Okay.
Kit, second.
Thank you. Roll call for negative determination. Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Kitts?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
I voted aye as well. Negative determination is issued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next RDA is 26 Hardings Beach Road. Randy Arndt and Bobby Joe Pippin Arndt proposed installation of chain link dog fence at 26 Harding Beach Road, assessors map 9C, parcel 1C. Applicant has requested a continuance to September 23rd.
All right. Is there a motion to approve the request for continuance?
Yes, Bob Rawls move to approve the continuance.
Okay.
Kit, second.
All right. Roll call to approve the request for a continuance to September 9th. Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Kitts?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
I vote aye as well. The request is approved. September 9th.
Nope, September 23rd.
Oops. 23rd?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to ask.
Okay, 23rd. Sorry about that.
Do
Okay.
you want to revote it?
No, that's just a typo on my sheet.
Okay.
Okay, notices of intent are 7 Old Harbor Lane, Louis P. and Elizabeth W. Rosenthal, SE 103430, proposed square off elevated patio, modification of the driveway, remove lawn, install plantings, install garden planters, and convert lawn area to meadow at 7 Harbor Lane, assessors map 16I, parcel 13.
Good morning.
Thad, are you gonna share your screen?
I can.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Yeah, that can drive on this one.
All righty. That should be up there. So for the record, Thad Eldridge, East Southeast. The Rosenthals are looking for some garden space. They're also looking to change a few things. The patio that they currently have, they want to square that off. That's over the existing driveway. The existing driveway, they do want to increase in size out to the west or away from the wetland. There's a planting bed that they would like to install adjacent to that with native plants, and then a garden area on the wetland side of the driveway. Mrs. Rosenthal has voluntarily removed about 1,300 square feet of lawn and converted it to clover lawn. She is part of she has a beehive from Tufts University, and so she's helping the bees out with the clover rather than having turf lawn. And we want to officiate that as mitigation for this project. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Rawls, questions?
Yes. This is basically part of this is an after the fact approval of the mitigation that's already been performed.
Well, there's nothing stopping her. She has an approved turf lawn that had existed there previously, and she's just converted it over to clover lawn. there's nothing stopping her from converting it back to turf lawn and being well within her rights.
When you say approved turf lawn, it's within the NDZ, right?
It is. It was just previously existing as turf lawn. When they purchased the property, it was turf right up to invasive plant species. They've had Wilkinson Ecological out there. They've done a great job with a land management plan under a previous application. She just continued on with the same idea, converting that turf lawn into a clover lawn, very naturalized.
Okay, it's a little all right. It's still a little unusual. It would have been procedural for any work in the NDZ to have gone through some sort of review, but in any case, what is the nature of the clover lawn? I don't know. Is that a native species of clover, or what is it exactly?
She has native grasses in there. It's an equivalent to a native clover. She couldn't find a straight run of native clover, but she's done her best to turn that into a real meadow. Wildflowers are creeping up from the Wilkinson land management plan, and it's I mean, as you can see on the photo that's on the screen, it's a rough, naturalized area.
So the intent isn't necessarily to make this predominantly clover, or
It's clover and grasses all mixed in together with wildflowers, and it's allowing nature to do what nature is going to do.
Okay. Well, my point is the intent is not to maintain or keep it predominantly clover as opposed to letting, as you say, nature take its course.
Correct. It's allowing nature to take its course more than.
Right.
It sounds like the applicant is focused on providing a bee habitat.
Yes.
Which is, a somewhat specialized goal as opposed to normal native mitigation. So I just wanted to be clear. If we were to approve this, I just wanted to know if we would need to put any sort of conditions in there so that it did not become too out of bounds for what a mitigation area would look like.
And just to follow up on that, on Bob's point, Thad, so this area was part of a previous Wilkinson land management plan?
The land management area is everything in the darker green on the map. The cross-hatched area was all previously lawn that she has weaned away from the turf species and into native species.
Right. And so, okay, so that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go right ahead.
I was just trying to get to my conclusion was, so that conversion of that from turf to, well, it looks more like a meadow is what when I went there thinking with turf, with a clover lawn in my head, I was thinking it was a traversable lawn and said, no, this is a meadow. But that conversion from turf lawn to its current state was not part of the Wilkinson plan.
Correct.
This is new. Okay, that's what I was just trying to get to. Okay.
If everybody did something like this, then it would be less of a need for conservation.
Yep. Do we have a listing or of the plants that were installed to get this going?
I can certainly provide a list.
Okay, that would be helpful because because again, to Bob's point, this is all happening within the no disturb zone, and while it's likely that it's a benefit, a significant benefit to the resource area because of its location. I think we just need to have belt and suspenders approach to making sure that the plants that are put there are appropriate for that location, are native species. Okay, Bob, any other questions? Sorry, I jumped in on the
well,
end.
also there's somebody. Okay. The supposed to be native species planted near the house. Is that, am I understanding that right?
The proposal is to put a garden area in, taking out more turf lawn, and that'd be on the west side of the driveway. The existing tree that's there will be relocated, and there will be native plants planted. When they originally came to me with this project, they wanted to use that for the mitigation, but it feels too isolated and too likely to be manicured for me to feel comfortable calling it mitigation.
So let's see, it's within the, it's in the 0 to 50, I'm sorry, 50 to 100.
Within the 50 to 100, and it gets out of the 100 towards Old
Right
Harbor
at, the,
Lane.
right at the end of it. So, you know, typically we would like to see a plant list.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also the garden, the raised garden beds. We would want to condition that, of course, to be an organic garden.
She has that intention.
Okay. All right. And I don't know what the garden beds are made of, but obviously the normal restrictions and the type of materials used.
Yeah, they're looking at some dry laid stone, slightly raised beds to make it easier on the knees and back, and then just vegetables.
Right. Okay. That's all for me.
Okay. Joe, questions?
None for me.
Okay. Bob Delvecchio?
Yeah, I just had a couple. So on the plan, it says now clover lawn. I think we should call that a clover meadow instead of a lawn.
Yeah.
And also, is there a planting plan, Thad, for this for these raised beds and so forth for the native plants?
Well, for the raised beds, those would be your standard garden vegetables, tomatoes, cucumbers, squashes.
Right. And how about the other area? Is there a planting plan for the native plants?
I mean, we can certainly add a planting plan. They were looking at, you know, some pasture rows and.
Can I interject here?
Sure, Kylie, go ahead.
I'm sort of, when I read Thad, your application, and I hearing a few of the commissioners bring it up, in some cases, the homeowner has, instead of providing, sorry, I'm getting some background here, so I'm just muting. Instead of providing like an actual planting plan, like what's going in each individual hole, they provide like a list of native plants that they may plant.
Yep.
Since the area seems to be relatively small, the commission may want to consider that. Maybe not a one for one, but just a general list of native plants that they could plant there.
Yes. That's what I was, that's
more precisely, plants from which they choose.
Yes, an approved list that will approve, and they can select what they want. I don't think in this small area we would want to be indicating individual plants on the plan.
Does that make sense, Thad?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay.
But it's really the Cape Cod Cooperative Extension list. Just anything from that would be the easiest.
All right, well, we could do that. If that's the intention, we can simply, in the order, make reference to that and incorporate that all plants that are installed will be from that list. Okay. Bob Delvecchio, other questions?
No, that's it, Janet. Thank you.
Okay. Tom, questions?
Yeah, because I'm not, well, I was trying to follow everybody's suggestion on how we would implement it, but my concern was the clover lawn, and I think just because it's in the no disturb zone, somehow we ought to specify that it should be developed into a native meadow, which could obviously have some clover in it or whatever. I'm not quite sure how we would do that or what the appropriate procedure would be, but since as you noted, it could be switched back and forth, I think it would be prudent to lock it down. That's my
Agreed,
only
since it's
thought.
going to, I think we're all on the same page on that. We're going to be considering that the mitigation, so we will build that into the order that that will be a native meadow with clover. Any other questions? Callie, questions?
No, I'm good. I did have one, sorry. Thad, the tree relocation,
Yes.
do you expect that to be a successful process? Because I have a lot of contractors telling me that tree location is sometimes doesn't have the best survival. I was just curious if
It is certainly hit or miss, and we're willing to plant a new tree if it doesn't survive.
Okay.
This one, getting a tree spade out there, it's so close to the septic tank that I wouldn't expect a tree spade to do a great job without cracking that tank or getting stuck on it. So it's going to be with an excavator. Pop it out, push it over, water it. If it survives, great. If not, we'll plant a new tree.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, Callie, do you have so if we're skipping submission of a specific plant list and incorporating the Cape Cod Extension plant list, what else do we need from Thad before moving forward?
We'll revise the plan to say meadow rather than clover lawn.
Yep.
And we'll provide a list of the plants that were put in there.
Yep.
As opposed to the turf lawn.
Yep. Do you have anything else, Callie, on your list?
No, I just have a series of conditions that we already talked about.
Yep, me too.
And I mean, it's up to you, Thad, if you are your client. I mean, we can definitely condition the order for everything from the cooperative extension list. What I found with folks in town is that sometimes they want to create their own inventory just because it helps in the future. However you want to do it is fine. I just didn't think, since you're doing a revised plan anyways, if you wanted to check, I don't know.
I'll double check, and if there are other plants that are native species that aren't on the list, we can get it to you before the work session.
Okay.
Okay, then it seems to me that presuming that Thad can get us those changes before Friday,
Yep.
28th, we can schedule this then for the work session on the 2nd.
Okay, Bob Rawls, I move that we move this to the workstation September 2nd for OOCs.
Kits, second.
All right, roll call to continue this matter to the work session on September the 2nd. Commissioner Walls,
Aye.
Kitts,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. We will continue this to the work session on the 2nd for the order of conditions, presuming that you get what you need to get in before Friday.
We'll get it in. Thank you much.
All right. Thank
Thad,
you.
can you stop sharing your screen?
Just did.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
There you go.
All
Have a
right.
nice day.
The next item on the agenda is 267 Cedar Street. Stephen J. Carter is trustee as the applicant. Stephen J. Carter Revocable Trust of 1997 is the owner. SC 10-3429, proposed demolition of existing dwelling, construction of a new dwelling at 267 Cedar Street, Assessors Map 12B, Parcel 20.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Bill Riley on behalf of Stephen Carter and his trust. Dave Clark is on the line also. He's our engineer on the project. So what the Carters have done, what they propose to do is to demolish the existing structure, which is quite dated, and they want to live here year-round as retired folks. So they wanted a new house. So they engaged Karen Kempton to design a home and Dave Clark to do the engineering. So what I'd suggest is that Dave Clark should go through the NOI, and then we can have questions.
All right.
Hey, David Clark here, Clark Engineering. As Bill said, looking for to demo the existing house and rebuild a new. The resource area is primarily the Great Cedar Swamp, which is to the south and to the east of us. Blue Flax design flagged the limits of that vegetated wetland, and that's shown on the plan. The floodplain now comes up into this area, and it just nips the south side of the property. You can see that on the plan, the 11-foot contour. Presently, there's almost 1,200 square feet of either structure or hardscape within the no disturb zone to the vegetated wetland. The proposal is to remove all of that and have the reconstruction project be entirely outside of the no disturb zone. So the entire no disturb zone would be restored. And I believe Teresa is here to talk about her restoration plan. But as far as the rest of the project, as I said, it is primarily in the 50 to 100, with the 1,200 being removed from the NDZ. We are asking to put an additional 3,043 square feet in the 50 to 100. As you can see from the plan, we're kind of constrained as to where a house can go on this property. So we're basically within the area that's already disturbed by either lawn or the existing structure. Sewer is not yet available on this street. We had anticipated several years ago that sewer would be here by now, but it's still not here. And so we are required to upgrade the septic system to the current Title V regulations. And the leach field is outside the 100-foot buffer to the BBW as required by the local Board of Health. So if there's any questions on the site plan, I'll be happy to answer.
All right, thank you. I think probably the best thing to do is proceed to the mitigation and landscaping aspects and then let everybody address questions more holistically.
Thank you. Teresa Sprague with Blue Flax Design is here to discuss the mitigation planting and restoration planting. The landscape planting was done by Andrew Garrelay with the Yarmouth Design Group. I do not believe he's on the call today, but I'd be happy to answer any questions that I can about the typical landscaping outside of the 100-foot or what's the driveway coming into the 100-foot. Basically, the lot itself is heavily wooded. It, as David pointed out, borders the White Cedar Swamp on the south and the east. The tree canopy here is primarily native oak and pitch pine, with the northern white cedar growing within the wetland area. There is invasive white poplar colonizing the northeast side of the property along the wetland edge and both sides of the existing driveway. The northeast corner is the most heavily invaded portion of the lot as far as invasive vegetation. It includes mainly shrub honeysuckle, border privet, bittersweet, white poplar. There is some existing duff layer and patches, but there's no substantial ground cover layer beneath the invasive vegetation, which is consistent of heavily invaded areas. There is a significant amount of native vegetation, particularly on the southeast and to some extent on the southwest side of the lot, mainly clethra, sweet fern, arrowwood viburnum, and inkberry holly. There's kind of scattered throughout the total area with native vegetation growing more densely along the edge where the 50-foot and edge of wetland resource area intersect. On the southwest corner of the lot, there's a significant coverage of greenbrier, which, though it is a native species, is aggressive, and it tends to dominate large areas of the understory and easily outcompeting other shrubs. The area in the southeast corner that's shown in yellow on our plan has a solid canopy layer, pitch pine oak canopy, but very little understory. And if you have an opportunity to look at the land management plan, we've provided photos of that on pages 3 and 5 that sort of describe those areas. So what we're proposing is to restore an area of existing lawn. And our goal here was to do the best we could to almost entirely vegetate the full 0 to 50 no disturb zone up to the edge of the BBW, with the exception of a small area just to the south of the house that we're proposing to keep open to allow for walkout access and circulation around the structure. We're removing 1,930 square feet of lawn and planting that out with new native vegetation. And in addition to that, we're managing invasive vegetation in approximately 9,790 square feet and restoring that with a mix of appropriate native vegetation to the site, including clethra, baby arrowwood viburnum, sweet fern, and other vegetation as found on the site. We are proposing to remove 12 trees in order for the construction of the new dwelling. We are proposing to plant 4 new native trees. As I pointed out, this is a heavily canopied lot. So squeezing trees in here is difficult, but we are proposing 4 native trees, 3 red maple and 1 white oak. And in addition to that, we're proposing to plant 30 sapling-sized trees, white oak, swamp white oak, and red maple throughout the restoration area. Because of the invasive vegetation coverage, seedlings that would normally be becoming established in that area have been outcompeted. So we'd like to jumpstart that process of allowing native trees to grow up in those areas as the existing canopy trees just naturally decline. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about the proposed mitigation restoration for the structure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both. Let's start. Commissioner Rawls, any questions?
Yes, sure. Bob Rawls. I do notice a number of the trees, 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 4 of the trees are coming out in the 5100 for the driveway that's basically going, it's a drive-through driveway. And so the question is, could we consider a non-drive-through driveway saving a lot of trees and preventing alteration of the 50 to 100?
Well, Bill Riley, the Carters really want to have, because they're going to live here year round, they want to have a garage where they can put 2 vehicles. And that's why the driveway was created the way it was. But the families worked hard to stay out of the 0 to 50, so.
Yeah. Where's could someone point to the garage? I guess I can't quite tell from this.
I beg your pardon?
I can't quite tell where the garage is on the
west side. So the driveway, you see where it curves over close to the property line on the west side?
Yeah.
And then
there
enters the sort of the northwest side of the corner of the house.
Right.
Okay. Huh. Callie, can you go back to, you move up one and go back to the landscape that shows the proposed tree removal, now that we know where the garage is proposed to be located. Can you zoom in? There we go. So Bob, I take it your question was about the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trees that are closest to Cedar Street, where the driveway comes and just comes to an end right there in the 50 to 100.
Right.
That doesn't seem necessary to access a garage.
Well, I misunderstood the question. Well, they'd like to be able to have a parking pad in that area. That's the purpose. And there's as you can see, there's an entrance via a deck at that point as well.
Mm-hmm.
So and they need a place for guests and their children and grandchildren to drive through. Just having a driveway that went to the garage wouldn't allow for parking areas for guests. And I think the important aspect really is Teresa's planting plan. So I don't know if there's a way to plant a tree between the driveway and the road, the street, or not. Is that something you could do, Teresa?
Yes, it's a little bit tight on the, you mean to the east of the proposed driveway. There is a tree that's proposed for removal where the new driveway is coming in on the eastern side. So within the 50 to 100 foot buffer. We do have 3 red maples planted in the area where the white poplars are being removed, but we could plant another tree right along where we can see almost the contour 24. Just to the north of that. We're just providing, again, a little bit of open area for lawn and just trying to keep some open area for access and circulation around the house just for regular maintenance and just to allow the property owners to kind of circle around the house. But there would be room to put another tree in that area, certainly.
On the question of lawn, I guess I have another question. And when you say lawn, what kind of lawn are we talking about? I don't think it's actually, I'm not sure that's specified.
This would be a fescue lawn mix. So a mix of native fescue. So again, more on the line of Cape Cod lawn. So not irrigated or managed lawn by any means. Just when I say lawn, I just mean open grassy areas for access and circulation. And it's really minimal what we'd be looking at on the site. Just a couple of feet off the deck to the south between where we're proposing, there's a walkout underneath that deck. So just to allow them to have access around the back of the house, again, mainly for maintenance purposes and access and circulation. There's no recreation areas around the house as far as the lawn goes.
Okay, so the rationale for not replacing trees one for one is that the lot itself is wooded already, and there are very few places to put trees that are being cut down.
That's correct. So the only trees that are being removed outside of the area for construction is just the invasive white poplar trees. And those are mainly located on that northeastern corner. And that's where we're planting the trees that we can fit in there. The site is very densely canopied. And again, oak and pitch pine are the main canopy trees located throughout the entire area. So it's a heavily wooded site in that regard. What we are seeing is a little bit of a lack of an understory, even in the well-canopied areas. So there's not much of a shrub layer. So we're proposing to enhance that. And then we are proposing to plant additional trees in the areas where it's most heavily invaded. So that northeast corner, we have about a 70 to 80% invasive vegetative cover. So that area is going to be significantly planted with vertical layers. And then again, as we get down into that south west corner, we've got really good canopy. There's just not a lot of understory or ground cover structure. So that's what we're restoring in those areas.
Okay, yeah, I have no.
Okay, thank you. Joe, do you have questions?
No, my questions were answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Delvecchio?
There's a tree on the plan that's slated to be removed, where the proposed other tree is going to be planted by the 24 contour line, right by that that driveway there, or that parking area. Why would that have to be removed? You follow me where it is? Yeah, right there. That's it.
I do, and I apologize because I did not do the design work on the driveway layout on this plan, so I'm not exactly sure, but certainly that's something we can look into and I can get an answer for you.
Okay, thank you. And aside from the back lawn, the fescue lawn, is there going to be any other lawn on the property?
Again, I didn't design the planting around the foundation of the house, but my presumption is that the areas that are currently shown in white, and specifically off the south side of the deck, oh, fantastic, thank you. So that area, I believe just to the east of the parking pad, I can't read it on this screen, but I believe there's a label there. Callie, on the just to the east of the proposed parking pad, where that tree is being removed that Bob was just pointing out.
Yeah, there's like a grass shoulder here that you're talking about, Teresa.
Mm-hmm.
Some lawn in that center near the driveway turnaround. And then it looks like there's this grass path here on the south side. And then a little bit of lawn foundation plantings.
So it's really a minimal amount of grassy area around the structure.
Okay, thank you. That's a positive. And I guess that was it, really. I don't think I have any further questions right now. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Tom, questions?
Excuse me. This would be for David. Since the building is kissing the 50-foot line, I think they need a variance for the same reason that we discussed the other day with the other site, namely that people will be walking into the no disturb zone as part of the construction activities.
David Clark here.
Yeah, it was included. It's part of the submission.
Oh, it is? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Yep.
Thank you, Janet. That's what I was just checking. Yeah.
It's referenced. It's not particularly called out in detail. It says at the end, the alternatives analysis. The project's purpose is to reconstruct. And the scope of the project includes the removal of man-made structures and hardscapes from the NDZ. No other alternative was considered, and that the project results in the full restoration of the NDZ. No alternatives were considered to keep any man-made structures within it.
Yeah, but we still have the worker. I mean, this is the same issue we dealt with just a couple of days ago.
The temporary intrusion into the NDZ for the purposes of the construction.
Correct.
Madam Chair, Bill Riley, I don't see how that's altering, which is the purpose of filing a notice of intent is if you intend to alter an area subject to the commission's jurisdiction. I don't see how walking in that area constitutes altering.
Well, we had this the other day with another property where the proposed construction came right up to the NDZ line, and the discussion was in order to do that, there has to be at a minimum some temporary disturbance to the NDZ during the excavation and the construction work. So David revised his application to include that as a request for a variance for the temporary, because the alteration language doesn't distinguish between permanent and temporary alteration.
I agree with that. I just don't see how walking in it constitutes alteration.
So the regulations does have a I don't know what the word is at the moment, but there is a process where a variance is not required for removing hardscape and converting it to naturalized areas. So all the work pretty much in the no disturb zone that's shown on the plan is basically removing hardscape and structure and converting it to naturalized areas. There's
David, could you educate me and tell me where that is in the law? Because I'm not aware of it.
It's not in the law, it's in the regulations. So there is
the town regulations or the state?
The state has no regulations for the buffer zone. So so we're dealing strictly with the town's regulations. So in 4.03, there is a list of activities that do not require a variance. Some of the other activities are a 4-foot path to provide access, tree removal of hazard trees, and in this particular case, it is conversion of hardscape or structure to naturalized area.
Well, I'm looking at I think what you meant was the exceptions that are contained in 4.01 sub 3, sub D, and then there's 12 items listed. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure that that's applicable, to be perfectly honest about it.
Yeah, well, for 90% of the linear distance of the no disturb zone, that does apply, because we're removing driveway and we're removing a portion of the house and deck. So there is a little area, probably, I'd say 20 feet long, where we're going to need construction access around that side of the house. Do we really need to go through an alternatives analysis for that?
This is a problem that we're all having, David. I didn't write the law. I'm charged with administering it. And so whether it's stupid or not, it is what it is. And if that's what it's required, then you're required to do it. And I'm required to hold your feet to the fire. I mean, we're not a legislative body. We don't get to write or change things that, just because we don't think that it was a reasonable decision. There's a whole process that we're supposed to go through. So in all honesty, yes, you have to do it. I'm sorry, but that's what the law requires. And I don't agree with your interpretation.
Madam Chair.
Okay, one at a time. All right, go ahead, Bill.
I think that the purpose of the commission is to be the interface between the public and the regulation. And, if Mr. Clark is correct, then that is to say Tom Clark, we don't need the commission. We'll just, we just would submit the material. The reality is, in this circumstance, doing an alternatives analysis is a waste of everybody's time. The commission's time, the applicant's time, and for Tom to insist, because it's there, we have to do it. In an instance like this, the commission is free to make a decision that an alternatives analysis is not required.
And I did provide a partial analysis in that the fundamental goal of the project was to create a new dwelling for the Carters, and secondarily was to remove everything within the no disturb zone. So
I think the goal is admirable, but I'm sorry, Bill, but we don't have the authority. You point to me to a case or to a statute that says that we have the authority to ignore what the law says, and then I'll bite my tongue. But that's not a reasonable proposition.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, Tom. You rendered the decision without the alternatives analysis. Let's see who appeals it.
Bill, okay. Callie was going to say something.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Riley in his first sort of counterpoint about whether or not in that small area of the no disturb zone, whether it qualifies actually as an alteration. So I guess my question for David Clark or Mr. Riley would be, in your opinion, does that work that's even happening in that small portion of the no disturb zone qualify as an alteration under Chapter 272 of the Wetlands Protection Act for the town bylaw? I mean, that's really where all of this begins. And I think Mr. Riley was correct in saying that it really didn't qualify as alteration.
The magic word, Kelly, if I may intercede, is besides altering is also no substantive activity. And activity is defined in the regulations to include erection, reconstruction, or expansion of building or structures, installation of drainage, sewage, and water systems, and so on and so on. So what Mr. Riley says is unfortunately not correct. That's what the rules say. So, I mean, if you guys want to change the rules, I'm all in favor of that. But for now, this is what we're stuck with, and I don't think we have the authority to ignore it.
Well, what about, we do also have the exceptions in the no disturb zone alteration language in the regulations that that says that activities that are temporary in nature are not subject to the variance requirement.
Yeah, if you believe that regulation is valid, you're correct. I don't.
Well, we've been operating under this regulation as it stands since at least 2004, when it was first drafted and adopted by the commission. So we've talked before about the need for revising and updating them. And if you believe, and I hear you, that some of these provisions in here are not valid as against the bylaw, that's one thing, and we will look at changing them. But I don't think in the midstream we're going to be altering them in any different way than we've been proceeding with these since 2004.
David Clark here. I think the commission can easily make a finding that a majority of the work within the no disturb zone falls under the exemption of converting structure or hardscape to naturalized area. There is a 14-foot long section of the building that is right up to the no disturb zone line. But the rest of the structure that's close to the no disturb zone is deck. Certainly installation of sauna tubes for those decks is primarily all going to be in areas that are destined to be restored. So it's that 14-foot section. And again, given the length of the no disturb zone being, I'm going to say, almost 150 feet. There is 10% of the no disturb zone line that we're going to probably cross with temporary alteration to install that foundation. And again, I did provide an alternatives analysis, and basically the alternative was that there's no practical alternative to removing structure and hardscape within the no disturb zone. That, in our opinion, that's 100% compliance with the goal of that section of the bylaw, to get everything out of the no disturb zone.
Okay. Tom, do you have other questions?
No, obviously we have a major disagreement about what the law says and what sections are applicable.
Yes,
That's
we do.
fine. This will be an ongoing issue for a long time, I'm sure.
Well, until we resolve the revision of the regulations.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all in favor of what David is doing on this project, which is getting rid of the old house in the manner in which it intrudes into the no disturb zone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying the rules as I read them require a variance, a temporary variance, or variance for the temporary activity that occurs.
And the application is captioned as a variance request and includes an alternatives discussion. And between that and the regulation that I know that you don't believe is valid, but I do, that allows for temporary intrusions during construction, I believe it's covered. And we can talk offline some more and spend the fall getting into the revision of the regulations, and I think we should be doing that. But
I agree, we should be doing that.
Yep. That's why. Go ahead, Callie. Go ahead, Callie.
I had one question for David and a few for Teresa. David, I noticed that there are some retaining walls that are proposed, and I was just wondering if you're bringing in any sort of new fill for it, or just using the fill that's already on site.
Pretty much using the fill that's on site. I think when this house was originally built 30, 40 years ago, they pushed a lot of material towards the wetland. I think given the size of the house, any material that we need for regrading will come from on site. I don't think there'll be an import of material.
Okay. And then Teresa, if you're still on the line, I had a few questions for you. One is the 30 saplings that you are planting.
Yes.
Just wondering, and I apologize if I've missed it. Are those 30 saplings like demarcated on your plan with a symbol? I didn't see it, but I just was curious.
They are not they are not, because what we'd like to do is after we remove the invasive vegetation, find areas that are bare. What we're thinking is that what we're seeing is we're not seeing any sapling sized trees currently in this area. So we think the invasive vegetation has sort of been suppressing natural succession. So we're just proposing those sapling sized trees as an opportunity to kind of jumpstart natural succession. Thinking that, as these mature canopy trees age and start to just die a natural death, there's nothing currently in that understory layer to allow canopy-sized trees to grow up and take their place. I think once the area is restored, that natural process will be restored. So we were just imagining filling in some sapling-sized trees just to give that natural process a jump start where voids are left after we remove the invasive vegetation.
Okay, is it possible I know you have it over here in your plan notes. Is it possible maybe just if in a general area to just put kind of 30 saplings and what type to be planted in bare areas, and we can maybe condition the permit if it's approved that you and I can talk on site and we can figure out where you're going to put them before you place them?
Absolutely, not a problem at all.
Okay. Also, you had mentioned, Teresa, in your land management plan that that you, as is the case always with ecological restoration, that once you remove the invasive vegetation, you may see more damage to natives than you originally had expected. and that you were asking to, if you do see that, to flush cut or prune some of those natives. My first question was, do you expect there to be a lot of natives that are damaged by invasives, or just a very small amount?
I think a small amount. I think what we're going to find is in that northeast corner where we've got 70 to 80% cover. If we do uncover, which we often find like arrowwood viburnum or something that's grown so incredibly leggy that they're just going to snap, we flush cut and have excellent response with regeneration. They'll put on 3 to 4 feet of growth per year. But that's the only area where I expect we may find some existing native vegetation that's been smothered by invasive vines or been kind of covered up by honeysuckle. So they're really reaching and tend to get really leggy.
Okay. We can craft a finding or a condition that would allow for, you to do that pruning or cutting, but then possibly if it's something that wouldn't regenerate, that to do some additional native planting if needed. Would that be okay?
Yeah, absolutely. There's no issue. I think we're imagining that we're going to be putting back about 80% of the vegetation cover in that particular area. We're going to be putting back, and then with the hopes that we'll find some, healthy native vegetation. But yes, if more vegetation is needed in that area, that's not an issue.
Okay. And then is it possible also to add, because this is such a interesting project where there's so little lawn area, which is so different than what we're used to seeing, is it possible to add a note to your plan about demarcating the mitigation area? And it doesn't have to be a fence, a single rail fence. It can be something else that the client wants. Is it just possible to put that on your plan?
Sure. I don't see any issue with that.
Okay. And then lastly, I'm not sure, Teresa, if you can answer this. This is more of a question for Andrew. I was just curious if all of the plants that he's planting in the 100-foot buffer, I know that some of his plantings are outside of our jurisdiction, but the plants that are in our jurisdiction, are they all native plants?
I cannot answer that. I have not seen the planting plan from Andrew's landscape plan.
Okay, is that something that maybe David, or if you guys come back, could have something either in writing from him or have him appear at the hearing to say that?
Yeah, I guess we can get an answer to you for you on that.
Can I just pop in here while you're writing that down? I also noticed that Andrew's plan is not consistent with Teresa's in terms of the trees to be removed. He's missing 1 or 2. I count 11 on his and 12 on Teresa's. And I think it's up in that northeast corner that we were talking about.
It may be. I'll get a copy of that landscape plan and I'll take a look at that. And it may be that we marked that and it was not marked on his plan. And if that's the case, I'll correct that.
Okay. And can you also? Oh, go ahead, David.
Yeah, Andrew shows that 6-inch oak that Commissioner DeVecchio mentioned, and Andrew. It looks like Andrew's not showing it to be removed, so I think we could save that one.
Okay, I see it there, 6-inch.
Okay, perfect. We'll make sure we take that off our plan.
Yep, and Teresa, can you also, you mentioned that some of these trees to be removed are invasive white poplars. Can you call those out? Because it will make a difference, at least to some of us, that the trees that are being proposed for removal are invasive white poplars.
I'm not sure that the trees that are marked on the plan are invasive white poplars. The invasive white poplars are mainly in that northeast corner of the lot, sort of outside that landscape area. I believe the trees that are proposed for removal are oak and there's a maple. And I'm looking at there at this plan right now. So I believe that the trees that Andrew is proposing or that are proposed for removal for the construction are not invasive white poplar trees.
Okay, all right, no, never mind that. Some of them, I know at least 2 are ornamental cherries. Look like they had been planted when the house was first built on either side of the stairway coming up from the parking area. But there are a significant number of large oaks.
David Clark.
David, yeah, go ahead.
I'm looking at Andrew's plan, and it looks like that all the foundation plantings, so basically on the north side of the house, from the house to the lawn shoulder of the driveway, are all ornamentals. So what Andrew's showing on his plan are fundamentally ornamental foundation plantings, being majority being hydrangea and boxwood.
That's what I thought too. I think the commission's gone either way. In some cases, they require all native foundation plantings. In some cases, they allow ornamentals. So it's just something I wanted to bring up to everybody's attention. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah, I see the schedule now and the icons. I did not notice that before. I don't think that, as a general matter, we require natives within the 50 to 100. I know we do within the NDZ, and we've gone around about that a couple times. But certainly, I don't know, and I'd have to look. Certainly, some of these are not. Some of these hydrangeas are not.
David Clark.
Yeah.
I'm not speaking for Andrew, but I believe his fundamental understanding of this process is that foundation plantings in the 050 were always straight natives, and that the commission always gave some leeway on foundation plantings only around the house in the 50 to 100.
Yep, that's the practice. Not written down anywhere, but that has been my experience. That's the practice. Callie, anything else?
No, that's it for me. I think this is I've really enjoyed Teresa's plan, and so thank you.
Okay. I think most of what I was going to ask about has been covered. I continue to be a little bit concerned about, while I'm appreciative of the mitigation that's offered and the reduction of lawn, I still am a little concerned about the driveway area. I understand the need for some extra parking, and I guess I understand where it's coming from, because that flow through driveway already exists. But I wonder if it might not be able to be shortened, still providing some extra parking and saving a couple of these large trees.
Madam Chair,
I'll
consult with the Carter family, and we can get back to you before the end of the week.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be curious. To see what can be done about saving some of these trees. I get that there's a significant mitigation, but these are 12, primarily, with the exception of the ornamentals, that I saw, large canopy, mature trees that are slated for removal. And whatever can be done to save some of them is appreciated. All right, Callie, what do we need back now?
Sure, I have that Teresa's going to look into the saplings and put a little note on her plan about generally that they're going to be added in the bare areas. That she's going to talk to the client and put possibly the mitigation area to be demarcated on the plan for the mitigation area. There was some, the commission asked for Andrew's plan that shows the trees to be removed to reflect what Teresa's plan shows for tree removal. It looks like David already confirmed that on Andrew's plan there are not native plants on the foundation area, so that one's covered. And then I just heard Bill Riley mention that he'll talk to the clients about the parking layout to see if that can be altered to preserve some of the large canopy native trees.
Okay.
This is Bob Rawls. I just recommend that we ask that the planning plan note that wherever lawn is in the resource area, it would be fescue. I don't think it's actually stated anywhere.
Okay.
We'll add that to the order, right? Okay.
Make a note to that effect on our plan.
Okay. All right, so then I guess we'll need a motion to continue this. Can we go to the 9th, Callie? 2 weeks from today?
We already have the same number of hearings as we did today, so in my opinion, the 9th is full, but I don't make decisions around here.
Yeah, I think this will be quick, so I don't think, because we've already gone through it in a lot of detail. So I think we can squeeze it in, and that will be the end for the 9th.
So, Madam Chair, Bill Riley,
Yep.
if you think we're close, is it possible to put on the work session to finish it up?
We've got.
Understanding you wouldn't have a draft order, just that we finish it up so there's some certainty.
Well, is it possible maybe to do a roll call, like what do you call it? Show of hands.
Vote?
Yeah.
A straw vote, a straw poll. I'm just looking at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6, maybe 7 orders to do at the work session. So that's. This will have to go for order at the October work session. But if they're looking to understand where the commission is, and can wait until October for the issuance of the order, I'd be happy to do a straw poll and ask each commissioner to indicate whether you believe that this is approvable and what conditions you would want to see in order to be able to vote for approval of it. Commissioner Rawls.
Oh, I think it's approvable with the sorts of things we've been talking about. Of course, the biggest issue is whether the driveway can be altered, but in general, I think it is approvable.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kitts?
Agreed. Same issues.
Okay. Commissioner Del Vecchio?
Yes, ditto, Janet, fine. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Clark?
I agree with the other statements. I also think that it needs a variance. That should be no surprise.
Right. And I also believe I'd be perfectly happy to approve it if I saw some reduction in the driveway and a salvation of any trees at all. And I think that in order to, since I do see the reference to a variance in the filing, if that could just be made more specific and say and address the issue of both permanent in terms of the removal of hardscape from the NDZ, as well as temporary disturbance of the NDZ during the construction of the foundation of the portion of the house that borders it, that would cover that and allow us to make a finding that those alterations fall within the exception. And with that, I'd be willing to vote yes to this.
Oh, thank you very much.
Give you everything you need?
It's fine, yes.
Okay. Then we don't need to go to the work session on the 2nd. We can finish this up on the 9th with the submission of the pieces that are outstanding and then proceed from there to the work session in October.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, do we have a motion then to continue this to September 9th?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to September 9th.
Kitts, second.
All right, roll call to continue September 9th. Commissioner Walls,
Aye.
Pitts,
All right,
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. We'll see you on September 9th to wrap it up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Janet, can we take a short break?
Yeah, we've been an hour and 45 minutes into this. I think at this point, everybody needs to stand up and stretch their legs and step away from their screens for 5 minutes, readjust your eyes, go fill up your water bottle, and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Live, Ryan. Mark, Ryan.
This is Mark. I'm not sure. Ryan's in the studio. Let's wait till we hear from him.
Okay. Yep. Okay, thank you. All right, we're back. Callie, are you back?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, let's move on to the next item.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 24 Avalon Point Road. Scott Brown is the applicant. Paul M. Charity is the trustee of the Avalon Point Residence Trust is the owner. SC 10-3428, proposed raising of existing dwelling, replace dwelling with single family dwelling, new Title V septic installation and associated site improvements at 24 Avalon Point Road, Assessors Map 12L, Parcel L4.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Bill Riley on behalf of Scott Brown and the trust. The team includes Sean Riley. We made some changes to the plan as a result of the zoning meeting, and for brevity's sake, I hope we can stick to the conservation issues instead of zoning issues today. So I'd ask Sean to explain the changes that have occurred in our plan. Sean? Hello?
Yes,
Sean?
there we go. Can you hear me?
Okay, yep. You have to unmute.
Yeah, I unmuted, and then I guess if you wait too long, it mutes you again. So thank you. This morning, Sean Riley, Coastal Engineering, representing the applicants. As Bill said, Scott and Tracy Brown are the applicants. They've been residents on Cape Cod for over 30 years. And just a little background about this property. I'm not sure if any of the commissioners were on the commission when they took on this large bank restoration project, which entailed laying the slope of the bank back to make a more gradual slope with a soft solution at the toe. And in doing so, they actually laid the bank back about 15 feet, which in doing so pushed the buffer zones that are shown on this plan back another 15 feet, which they've accepted and saw the environmental benefit rather than coming in with the house beforehand and trying to keep it as close to the shoreline. They accepted that fact and made the correct environmental choice and are here today with what we're proposing. So the resource areas on the property are beach, marsh, coastal bank, and flood zone. The flood zone terminates out on the bank, so all of the work that we're doing is completely outside of any of the flood zones. So we shouldn't have any issues with infiltration or pervious areas. As I mentioned, the coastal bank was laid back to provide a more stable bank, and that the buffer zones do reflect that. If you focus on the left side of the plan, you'll see the existing conditions that are there today. There is encroachment of both the house and the deck within the no disturb zone. Closest point is 39.9 feet to the top of coastal bank. As Bill mentioned, the original plan that was filed in May with the notice of intent showed the pool patio within the footprint of where the existing deck and house is now. Given the time constraints and the desire to start work as soon as possible and anticipating possible pushback for that encroachment, even though it's within the existing coverage, that encroachment within the no disturb zone, the applicant with the redesign of the house, redesigned the pool so that we have now removed all coverage within the no disturb zone. The result of the changes is a reduction, removing all coverage from the no disturb zone, which is 285 square feet, and the overall reduction within the buffer zone of 211 square feet. The reduction of coverage negates the need for mitigation according to the Chatham mitigation policy. However, the applicant is still proposing 2,389 square feet of invasive removal and installation of native plantings as is shown along the southern side and eastern side of the property. I won't take up too much of your time. I know you've got a busy agenda, and I'm sure you've all reviewed the plans. And this appears to be a very straightforward project. We did provide a variance request for that work that is within the no disturb zone with an alternatives analysis. But with the shifting of the house almost entirely, you can see the outline of the house where the proposed deck and pergola is almost entirely pushed back outside of the 100-foot buffer zone. And with the reduction of coverage within the 0 to 50, the overall reduction, and with all the mitigation plantings, we hope this is a very straightforward project and would open it up to any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Rawls, questions from you.
Actually, let me pass for the moment.
Okay.
Come back to me later.
Yep. Okay. Joe, questions?
No, I'd just like to say that I would like to hear a little bit about what the proposal for the bank is. It seemed like there needed to be some work there. And then also I'd like to thank the applicant for the knotweed removal and the restoration on that eastern side.
Yes, so the bank restoration itself has been completed. There is some work. They're looking to install mitigation plantings as a vegetative buffer just along the top of the coastal bank. So you can see that row of plantings just along the top of the bank. There isn't any work that's proposed down onto the bank. It's just right along the top, and that's also to act as a buffer for the grandkids to keep them from heading too close to that bank. So that's the only work that's taking place on the bank. On the top of the page, you'll see a number of native plantings that are being supplemented in those areas that the invasive plants are to be removed. That should reestablish a nice wildlife corridor along that property line. The lawn has been held back off of that to create that corridor. Again, a lot of positives on this project. Just want to mention the drainage before the question comes up. The pool deck is proposed to be impervious for any of the splash over from the pool. The drainage, there's a note on the site plan that all of the drainage is to be connected to the dry wells that are shown. There you go, on the right-hand side of the plan. There's a drainage note over by the stamp that says that all the roof runoff and drainage from the pool deck area are to be routed to the dry wells that are shown on the plan. There are no trees to be removed as part of this project, and the lawn, basically the areas that are undisturbed are to remain, and the new lawn would be a fescue along the sides of the house within the buffer zone. There's very little lawn repair or adding within the buffer zone.
Does that mean there's no change to the existing lawn area?
Yeah, I think if you went out there, it's probably a burnt out fescue right now.
Yeah, that's what it looks like,
yeah,
right? Like everybody else's.
Yep. So there's no intent to change that.
Okay. So no irrigation or anything in that area.
Yeah, if there's not irrigation now, we wouldn't be adding any.
Okay. Anything else, Joe?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Bob Delvecchio.
I think Sean answered my questions. I had a question about the trees. He said none were going to be removed, and as well as the lawn. I think that's a good thing to have a natural lawn without it being irrigated. So those were my two concerns.
Okay. Tom, questions?
Yeah, I had. I was very pleased to hear that you pulled the design back. Although the diagram that's up on the screen and all the diagrams that I've received so far do show a little bit of the, I'll call it the pool deck sticking into the no disturb zone. Are you saying that that's been modified, that's going to be gone, or that's the last little remaining piece?
No, actually, if you can, Callie, if you could zoom into that corner, I think that what you're looking at there, you could zoom in a little tighter, right along that 50-foot line. What you're seeing is there's some grading that's occurring. The pool deck actually terminates. You can see the brick pattern hatching is the extent of the pool patio, which is outside of, yep, right there. And then along to the right of that, over to the right side of that, the line continues right in there. Yeah, so the pool deck itself is outside. There's some minor grading that needs to occur within the area where the footprint of the house is to be removed. So really, it's just the grading that's within that area. We have no hardscape or structure.
Okay, thank you. And I want to thank you for the design revision. I think that's great.
Okay, thank you. Callie, questions?
Yeah, I just had a quick question for Sean, or maybe, I don't know if the landscape architect is on the call. Two things, actually. I didn't know, is it possible to create some sort of timeline for the planting and the removal? Like when certain activities are going to happen, either from Coastal or from the company that did the planting plan?
Yeah, so we've got Jeremy Schaub from Wilkinson Ecological for I think he can speak to the invasive removal. And then Mike Picard is here from Sudbury Design on any of the plantings that are proposed. So I'll let Jeremy go first as far as the invasive removal timeline, because the plantings would come after that.
Let's see, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jeremy Schaub from Wilkinson Ecological Design, representing the applicant. Yeah, this is a moderately invaded maritime woodland, shrub honeysuckle, Asiatic bittersweet. So this would be one we would like to come in, again, just like the building, as soon as possible to get the removal done. Typically, we would like to have that first season of follow-up management for all the seeds that remain and the Asiatic bittersweet that comes back. And I would imagine Sudbury would come in the following season, fall of 2021, but we can finalize that decision. But typically one season of management following the initial invasive removal.
Okay.
Mike Picard with Sudbury Design Group, representing the applicant. Just to follow up on Jeremy said, happy to wait at the season to let them do their thing and then get the new plantings in that area.
Madam Chair, I had one question.
Yes, Tom, go ahead.
I noticed the hardscape on the chart shows 2821 square feet, 2,821, pardon me. How much of that is permeable?
There's none of it that is permeable. It's all equipped with deck drains. So essentially all the groundwater or the rainwater is recharged on the property that is hitting that pool deck. We're not in the flood zone, so I'm not really too concerned about recharge of flood waters. We're elevated well above sea level here. And again, we're recharging everything on site for not only that, but the house as well.
Thank you.
Sorry, I wasn't quite done with my questions. If I could keep
Go ahead, Callie. Yep.
I'm sorry, Callie.
Are you the one who is actually doing the planting, or are you who is actually going to be doing the planting work for the project?
Mike Picard with Sudbury Design, representing the client. We are just the landscape architect. The landscape contractor at this point has not been chosen, but we will be in charge of them when they are chosen for the duration of the project.
Okay, so that means you're on site?
Correct. We will be on site as needed during the planting phase and during the course of construction.
Okay, is there, and then lastly, either for Mike or Sean, can that mitigation area or the areas where you're removing the knotweed and doing planting, can that be demarcated? And if so, can you put that on one of your plans?
I believe it's on the, is it on the Wilkinson Land Management Plan that was provided?
I didn't see it, but I'm having a few computer problems on my end right now, so I apologize. I didn't see it.
Yeah, we can amend that plan and get that right over to you today.
Okay.
Callie, this is Jeremy from Wilkinson. If it does help, on the original filing, there was a diagram that was submitted from Wilkinson with the protocol that did show in a blue hatch the invasive plant removal area.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it did.
We just wanted it, I see the areas on the actual plans. I was talking about demarcation on the ground in the field. Like showing, usually the commission's been asking for an actual call out on the plan showing how it will be demarcated so that when it goes for a certificate of compliance later, then it's very clear how it was demarcated and how they need to do it.
Gotcha. We can add that to the plan, Callie. I understand what you're saying. Just like over at 34 Hallway. Yep.
Yep.
That could be a condition.
Yep. I do have a question, Bob Rawls.
Yes, go ahead, Bob.
Here. What would be helpful to me is we often see mitigation plans where the mitigation is shaded somehow, perhaps with a color or something, because it's a little difficult for me to tell really where the mitigation is. I can sort of see where it is, but coloring it would allow us, it would make it crystal clear as to where it is. It'll be helpful, I think.
So it's on the, if you go back to the site plan, Callie.
Yep. Getting there.
Yep. No, that's okay. We've got it cross-hatched, the areas that we're designating as.
So I think one of the issues is, at least on my end, is that, so Bob, this area here is the mitigation area, and that includes the knotweed removal and then subsequent replanting by another company, which is shown on, apologize for my delay here, which is shown.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Which is shown here.
Yep.
Yeah.
So might I make a suggestion through the chair to
Yes.
just update the planting plan to reflect those areas of the invasive removal. That way,
that would be great.
We can highlight it and color it, and we can have that done today and get that over to you.
Right, that would be good. And similarly, where you note lawn, as we often do, please note that that is intended to be fescue lawn, not turf lawn.
Yes,
and then
we can amend the planting plan to reflect that.
Yeah, and then additionally, we often ask for on these plans any sort of demarcation of the mitigation area itself as Callie said, in the field. Sometimes we require stone, sometimes they're fences. But it's helpful going forward to have these things demarcated in the field for to prevent future incursion.
Understood. And I think the way that we handled that on 34 Hallway Street was to add those markers to the plan. That was the plan of record that was referenced within the order of conditions. So we'll be happy to do that.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Okay. I have a question for Bill Riley. I understand you guys are heading back to ZBA September, I guess 9th or 10th. I can't tell from what we're looking at, but have you reduced the overall coverage of the site to such an extent that you expect it to be approvable at this point?
Madam Chair, Bill Riley. So we've reduced building coverage from over 15% to 13.6%. And I believe that, because the applicant has responded to the concerns expressed by the zoning board members in a positive and, from our mind, substantial way, we do anticipate approval.
And I'd like to add on to that, Bill. So the area that's within conservation's jurisdiction, I can tell you that should they request further reduction, it wouldn't take place within the conservation's jurisdiction. So if you were to issue an order of conditions and close the hearing, nothing would change within the buffer zone or would affect this decision. It may be a slight reduction if by any chance they have any pushback, but we did address their concerns and did reduce it accordingly. So if that was where that was going.
Yeah, it's where I'm just wary of further 13.6. I mean, I heard them say they were looking for 12, but whatever. If there were further changes,
the zoning board members did not say they were looking for 12. They said they thought the 15 was much too high. So.
Yes. Right. Yep. I just want to know that there's not going to be. Sean just expressed it that if there are further changes, it does not require another submission here to look at it again, that this part that we're looking at is what this will be in our jurisdiction.
That's correct. Great.
Okay. Okay.
Madam
other
Chair,
questions? Yes.
You should ask public comment.
I know. That's where I'm going next.
We also have a comment letter.
Yes. Let me see if I can pull it up. I think we have. Okay, I do have it here. Well, I have. This is from May 26th. I don't know whether we have a more recent one, Callie.
I'm just looking myself, trying to pull it up here.
Yep.
Yeah, I have one from Ken Joy, who I believe is on call today.
Yep. Yes, he is. Mr. Joy, hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Ken, do you want your letter read into the record, or are you here to speak?
I think I can save time by speaking to the issue.
That's great. Appreciate that. Go ahead.
Madam Chair of the Conservation asked the most pertinent question, which is what is the new coverage requested? Because this is principally a ZBA matter of concern. I fully understand, and the conservation being happy about moving the structure back from the coastal bank. And I would also agree that without regard to what ZBA might decide on September 10th, that it would not impact the conservation decision today. As I have expressed in an email to conservation and copied ZBA on just a few days ago, the 6% that Bill has just mentioned is a number that was not known to me before he responded in answer to the chair's question here today. And as you know, I've expressed in my email, I intended to support this up to the size of the current house, which is already in excess of the zoning regulation, which is 12.1%, and that's been known for a long time. And so I will intend to oppose the 13.6% at the ZBA meeting on the 10th. But I don't believe that at all impacts conservation's decision today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Joy. Callie, so we have a couple of minor additions and revisions to the plans that'll be coming in, adding a note about the fescue lawn, updating the planting plan to show the invasive removal.
The demarcation.
The demarcation.
Actually, on the plan, as Sean's done in the past for
Yep.
34 Hallway. And I mean, Sean said he can do those today. I'm assuming that we'll receive those revisions and they're satisfactory by the end of the week. I think there's two options. One is we could go to an order. We already have, I don't know what the number is, and a large amount of orders, which is fine. Or if the commission wants to push it to an October work session, that's fine too, with a straw vote or in a letter to the zoning board saying it can be approved. However you guys want to move forward.
Okay. It's my strong preference to issue the order in the October session. I'm happy to do a straw poll today. I'm happy to have a letter sent to ZBA. I'm just hesitant for a number of reasons to issue an order next week when we have many orders that have to come out, and doing that in advance of ZBA makes me a little bit nervous. Does that cause you guys undue issues and problems, Bill?
No, I don't think so. Okay. Obviously, the sooner the better, but the zoning meeting would be on the 10th. So, assuming approval, the letter gets issued 17th. There's a 20-day appeal period from there. So, adding another 10 days for the conservation appeal period in the overall time context of this project, that's acceptable.
So,
okay.
So just to follow up with the commission, if you don't do a straw vote today, which maybe you are, I just want your approval that I can write a letter to the zoning board saying it can be approved with special and general conditions. Is that okay for me to write that?
All right, let's do a quick straw poll and make sure that we've got a majority behind that position. Commissioner Rawls, are you in favor of this project being approved subject to special and general conditions?
Yeah.
And if so, what conditions are for the benefit of the person writing the order? If you have any particular conditions or findings that you would want to see in there, please speak up.
Well, just the ones we've discussed, and for my purposes, the clearly demarcating the mitigation area both in paper and in the field, and noting the fescue.
Okay.
But otherwise, having seen out of the NDZ, it's becomes non-controversial for me.
Okay. Commissioner Kitts?
I agree.
Okay. Commissioner Delvecchio?
Yes, I don't know if there's a note about the trees being saved anywhere, but I think that would have to be on the plan too. That all the trees would be saved and not removed. None would be removed.
The trees within our jurisdiction, there are no trees being removed. There are a number of trees being removed, but they're outside of our jurisdiction. So,
yes.
they can add that. We can add the note. There are no trees within jurisdiction to be removed. Because I did notice. I have to say there's a reference somewhere, because I wrote it down, that says a couple of trees are being removed. So, and there are two that were close, but they seem to be just outside of jurisdiction. And if those are the two that were being referred to, we just need a statement that there are no trees within jurisdiction being removed.
That's not a problem.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Clark?
I agree with the prior comments.
Okay, and I do as well. So there you have it, gentlemen. You have a unanimous behind this proposal as it's been changed, and we will write the letter. Callie will write a letter that's approvable with special and general conditions. And we will now take a motion to move this to the work session on October the 9th for approval of an order of conditions.
Bob Rawls move to the work session on October 9th for OOCs.
Kit, second.
All right, roll call to continue this to the October 9th work session for an order of conditions. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. We will take this to October and issue an order.
Thank
Thank
Madam
you all
Chair.
very much. Thank you. Good luck with ZBA.
Thanks.
All right, Callie.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 35 Sears Road. Mark Cassidy is the applicant. Robert G. Banish is the trustee. Mahela Realty Trust is the owner. SC 103426. Proposed reconstruction of beach access staircase, planting native beach grass at 35 Sears Road, Assessors Map 12A, Parcel 12.
All right, Sean Riley, Coastal Engineering, representing the Cassidys. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
This project, for those of you who are down there, lies at the end of Battlefield Road, which is a town way. It's an area that people use for the beach. They also use it to access their boats that are moored out in the harbor. The town has worked out an agreement with the two neighbors to the south and to the north, the Cassidys to the southwest, to utilize portions of their areas. And you can see in the photo, if you zoom in on the photo that's to the top left, there are some wooden railings that they use to set the dinghies up on, up away from the tides. So the public accesses the beach from a couple of different ways, one of which is over the Cassidy's property. And there's an existing walkway that's seriously degraded within that area. They have some concerns about safety and people egressing the beach area and bringing their dinghies in and out of there. So they're looking to make a more safe access up onto the public way. So we're before you for the proposal to replace that. The stair itself, because we're within the flood zone, will be anchored. So if you take a look at the detail that's on the lower portion of the page. Yep. So it's a timber stair. There's only 4 or 5 risers, and all of the timbers are interlocked with spikes, and all of the timbers are also anchored with duckbill style auger anchors. And then there's 2 granite steps that are out there that would be situated down at the base and covered with sand. And in the event that the tide took out some of that sand, there would be a safe way to make that transition down to the beach. This is an area where the town nourishes quite frequently. And if you go back up to the photo, this photo was taken just after the nourishment project, where they've nourished that upper area in the upper reaches of the beach. And you can see an area that's demarked in green. The applicant would like to plant that area of their property with beach grass to try to stabilize that. And they'd like to make that also an ongoing condition, that whenever the town comes in with nourishment within the area, should it get washed out and not enough time for the beach grass to take root, that they have the option to come in there and replant that with beach grass again, with any of the ongoing nourishment projects. With that, I'll open it up to any questions you may have.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Rawls, questions?
Yeah, my main question is, is there any chance that the stairs would be inundated? And I understand there's going to be gravel inside the timbers. So is there a chance that the gravel would escape into the resource area.
I would assume during a storm event it may, but there's also stones on the beach. There's similar size stones on the beach, and it's such a minor amount. The applicant would monitor the stair. They use it quite frequently. They're there all the time now. So they would monitor it and replace it as needed, but it's such a small amount of stone. It would take a good size event to remove that stone. We looked at doing a concrete option, but it's not as environmentally friendly or pervious as the stone option. So that's why we chose that.
Well, would something like pieces of slate, something that wouldn't move out of there, serve the same purpose but allow infiltration?
It would, yeah. We could do a pervious paver, but again, if there's any larger waves, they may dislodge those if they're not set in mortar and really affixed to the structure itself. So it seemed like the stone itself, and again, it would only be during a larger storm event that this would happen. It wouldn't be on a regular tidal event. It seemed like the most environmentally friendly. It's a crushed native stone.
Janet, this is Callie.
Yes,
I also share Commissioner Rawls' concern about the stone. I met on site with Ted yesterday, and there is a significant amount of runoff that's happened in this area. And I do commend them from wanting to fix the problem. If I could just share a photo of a past instance, and I know it's not completely comparable to what they're proposing today, because what was there before had a lot more stone. Would be asking the commission to ask the applicant to consider something a little bit different than the pea stone that's already there. I'll share the photo now. But there is a significant amount or has had a significant amount of issue there. Where there has been stone that has come out into the resource area. So I guess I'm just sort of wondering if Sean can maybe look into like shell or any sort of matting between the steps. I can't design projects and I'm certainly not qualified to. Is there any way we can ask him to maybe reconsider using that stone?
I would also go along with that suggestion, Sean. I'm intimately familiar with this location. I have seen it wash out repeatedly. I've seen what happens in even normal high tide events, and so I would be very hesitant to endorse the use of stone in between those risers.
That's fine. What I can do is I can speak with the applicant and I can look at an interlocking pervious paver that could be reset if they're dislodged.
Yes.
And it would take a larger wave event to lift those up. So yeah, I can definitely speak with the applicant about that. Again, they're just looking to find a way to replace this so that it's a lot safer for the public. So
yeah. While we're on, you mentioned this public safety would triggers me again based on what I know about this. There's a second access way from the parking area down to the beach there that is so steep and so badly eroded that the town installed a thick rope to act as a handrail, but in fact people need to use it to haul themselves up and down. Is there any thought being given to addressing the obvious public safety aspect of that pathway as well, or just this one?
Yeah, I guess we'd have to talk to Ted because that access is on the public property.
I was wondering. So this one, okay. So this is the private property, this pathway, and the line runs somewhere between the two. So that's town property. Okay, never mind.
Exactly.
Never mind. That answers.
Yep.
Okay, that's the end. That's that question. Okay. Where were we in questions? Callie,
I have a few more for Sean, but I'll go back.
Go ahead. Fire away. That's
okay.
come back to the other committee.
Okay, so Sean, the planting on the further down the beach, I'm assuming that the planting of the beach grass would all be done by hand. So it would just be people walking on the beach and then planting the beach grass. Is that right?
That's exactly right.
Okay, and the limit of work line on site was into the vegetation on that small little slope area by the stairs. If you guys do a lot of disturbance to that vegetation, would you be replanting native vegetation there?
Yeah, I can pull that. If we were, absolutely, we'd replace it. But I can pull that. There was that split rail fence out there. I can pull the limit of work much closer to that. It's really probably the last riser or two that would be close to the fence. The rest of the work, because it's at grade, really shouldn't disturb more than a couple of feet beyond. So we didn't anticipate taking out, the fence in the most part and working with the fence that's there. So I can definitely pull that in, and we could be a condition that we replace anything with native vegetation. Yep.
And we were just curious, just from an engineering perspective, Ted and I, about the granite steps there. Are those really important to maintain the toe of the timber steps above it? Or is there some other reason?
No, they're just in case that sand, they'd be covered with sand, and you'd be walking down on sand for the most part, unless there was a storm event that pulled that out. It would just be that there wouldn't be a large drop off from that. If you look at that photo that you had,
yeah,
that showed that washout, and you've got that large drop off.
Okay.
So basically, they would be there in place in case that got washed out, so that there wouldn't be a 18-inch drop off from that last riser down to the beach.
Okay. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Bob Rawls, did you have any other questions? That's where we were.
No, I don't have anything substantial.
Okay. Joe, do you have
Clark has a
questions?
question.
Just a minute, I'll come right to you. Joe, do you have questions?
Nope.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Bob Del Vecchio.
Yes, I just had an observation. That parking area is toward the steps in question. And I believe part of the problem is when we have a heavy rain event and so forth, all the water runs down that parking area towards those steps. So I'm wondering if any drain could be added to the top of the stairs. This is for Sean, I guess.
I may have muted Sean by mistake. I apologize.
Oh, hang on, let's get
There we
Sean
go.
back on. There you go.
Yep, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. So the town is actually, they've enlisted the services of Dave Clark to do a redesign of Battlefield Road that incorporates drainage structures all throughout Battlefield Road. So they're in the process of designing betterments of Battlefield Road at this point. So we would anticipate that the town would address that. We looked at putting a drainage catch basin. The area of the volume of water that comes down there is so large that really all you'd be doing is transferring it from the corner of the pavement to the beach with an outfall pipe. So rather than do that, we just looked at trying to infiltrate it through the pea stone, in the gravel in that area into that sand contact. But to answer your question, the town is looking into drainage improvements. I've seen the preliminary plans that show not only drainage structures here at the termination point, but also interim structures that would be installed all the way up Battlefield Road to catch it before it gets down to this point. So I guess my answer is it's in progress.
Okay, so you think the proposed stairs would be strong enough to hold back any water or any erosion?
That's the intent.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Bob?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Tom, questions?
Thank you. I just had a quick question, which is, do these steps qualify as at-grade steps? And the reason I'm asking is there's an exemption to a variance requirement for at-grade steps. And so I was wondering if that's what these were.
These are definitely at-grade steps.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Callie, were you finished with your questions?
Yeah, so the only thing I have for next time is that Sean's going to speak to the homeowner about installing a pervious paving type material on the actual steps between the risers. He's going to pull back the limit of work to the stairs, and that's all I've got.
Okay, I'm having difficulty with getting my computer to respond. Oh, here it is, Sean. I was trying to find. The reference to the planting of the beach grass. God, it's just jumping all over the place. I saw it staked in the field. I saw it on the photo. Is it contained? Is there a description of what's proposed in the actual narrative? I could not find it, but maybe it's just because I can't get to the right page. Is it in here or?
Yeah, it should be within the narrative. I'm just thumbing through it myself. And I believe it discusses the spacing of the grass as well, at 1 foot on center. Rather than take the time of the commission, I will make sure that it's in the narrative or on the plan as far as the spacing. Is there any or plantings? Is there anything else you'd like added to the plan or the narrative if it's not there?
No, I mean, Sean, it looks like Janet's frozen for a minute, but I think the only other plan changes were if you make a change to the material on the steps, that would change on the plan.
Yep.
Okay. All right, I'm back.
You're still frozen, Janet, so you can turn off your video if you want.
All right.
I think we can make those changes relatively quickly. I think the homeowner's on board with, making whatever modifications are necessary. So I think we could make those pretty quickly if we could be on the slot that Bill gave up for the 9th. And it is a very minor revision. I don't think it'll take much time to.
Sean, I hear you. I'm just waiting for the chair. She's having some computer issues.
Yeah, I'm offline, but I'm on the phone. So,
okay.
Sean, the problem is the 9th is really tough. Would it be a problem to go to the 23rd?
No, would it be a problem to go to the October work session, you mean?
Do you want to just go straight to the order? If I provide you with the pervious pavers and the other information, I think that we could probably just go to an order if that's feasible, and we could just go on to the. I think we can do that. Okay.
We can put it in for the October session. I think we'll be able to get the information we need, which is minor.
That works for us.
You agree, Callie?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Sean, for allowing a little bit of extra time. We're swamped with.
Yep, we appreciate it. We're working through this as much as possible. So then, do we have a motion to continue this to the work session on October 9th for the order of conditions?
All right, Bob Rawls, move that we move to the work session October 9th for OOCs.
Kids, second.
It's the 7th. It's October 7th.
Correction, 7th.
I have this problem. I've been having a problem with dates all day.
The motion is to continue this to the October 7th work session.
All right, it's been made and seconded. Roll call vote then to continue this to the October 7th work session for the order of conditions. Commissioner Walls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. Oh, that's why I was looking at September. Okay, it is continued to October 7th work session. Thank you. Thank you, Sean. Thank you,
Great.
everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, next item on the agenda is 40 Gamies Lane. Christopher Young is the applicant. The Glenview Trust Company is the owner. SE 103433. Proposed rebuilding of stairs, installation of seasonal catwalk to edge of marsh, and addition of kayak rack and catwalk storage at 40 Gamies Lane, Assessors Map 15B, Parcel 4A. The applicant has requested a continuance to September 9th.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the request for continuance to September 9th?
Motion, the Bob Rawls move to continue to September 9th.
Kitts, second.
There, I was muted. Roll call vote to continue this to September 9th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye. Nice to see you, Jan.
Clark.
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. It's continued to September 9th. All right, thank you all for bearing with me while I plug back in here. Okay, we're
Next
back.
item on the agenda is 229 Scattery Road and 36 Whistler Lane, John MacGyver Realty Trust and Shirley R. MacGyver Realty Trust, number 229, and Stephen and Pamela Schroeder, number 36, SE 103432, proposed installation of restoration plantings for after the fact tree cutting at 229 Scattery Road and 36 Whistler Lane. Assessor's map for number 36 is 16J and parcel LB, and for number 229 is 17J and parcel 11.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Bill.
Yeah, Bill Riley on behalf of the MacIvers and the Schroeders. This is a circumstance where Mr. Schroeder requested his landscaper to come out and do the annual trimming on their the growth at the edge of the top of the bank. And in his enthusiasm, the landscaper went over onto the MacIver property and removed a couple of trees, much to the surprise of the Schroeders and the MacIvers, by the way. So we engaged David Clark to do a site plan and Teresa Sprague to do a mitigation reestablishment plan. So I guess I'd ask, I suppose the first stop should be Teresa, if she's on the line here.
Hi, Bill. Teresa Sprague, Blue Flax Design. Sorry, I was actually just reviewing some old photos from the site. So as Bill pointed out, there was a cherry tree that was topped when we first visited the site back on March 9th, which seems like 3 lifetimes ago. The cherry was just starting. We could see buds, and I suspect that since then it has vigorously resprouted. So what we were proposing to do at the MacGyver's request is add some additional plantings. They were very concerned that that cherry tree had provided some screening between their property and the Schroeder property. So with that, we were proposing to replant 3 serviceberry trees, 1 white oak to help jumpstart that canopy regeneration. Though frankly, I imagine the cherry tree has grown up significantly since then. And then to also plant some bayberry shrubs and beach plum shrubs in the general area. There's a pretty significant amount of invasive vegetation throughout this area. So I think there will have to be some monitoring and management to make sure that the invasive vegetation does not overtake the new vegetation. My suspicion is that the cherry tree that was cut was probably significantly covered with invasive vines prior to it being accidentally pruned. But I suspect that it's resprouting and regenerating pretty vigorously at this point. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about what we're proposing to plant to replace the vegetation that was accidentally removed.
And can you clarify exactly what vegetation was removed?
I believe in looking back that it was really just the cherry tree. It does appear that there has probably been regular, historical view pruning. There is a fairly large cedar tree that's still standing. Most of the vegetation, like I said, in that area is a mix of invasive vines and shrub honeysuckle. So the only native tree that we were able to identify was the cherry that was cut. Unfortunately, when the cherry was cut, the debris was also left in the area surrounding it, which I'm sure at this time is now swallowed up by invasive vines. But from our survey, and I'm going back through the photos now, the cherry tree was the only native vegetation that we saw cut. I do believe that there were probably invasive vines growing over the cherry tree, and those were cut as well.
Okay. Does that comport, Callie, with what this, for context, for those who maybe weren't here, this arose in front of the commission, reported as a violation because, as everybody has acknowledged, there was vegetation on the coastal bank cut without any approval or notice to the Conservation Commission. Callie investigated. They are on the So it's a very strange property line. It's a little bit crooked. Even though the trees are in front of the Schroeder residence, they are actually on the MacGyver property. So Callie began working with Mr. MacGyver, I don't know, last year sometime, to resolve the issue. And that's what brings us to where we are today. So Callie, from your recollection, does that sound right to you in terms of what was removed when you first investigated and looked at?
Yeah, as long as there's one-to-one replacement for the trees that were removed, I feel like that's fine. And it looks like they're also, and that's correct, Teresa, right? It's one-to-one replacement.
Yes, that's correct.
And it looks like they've gone above and beyond and they're planting bayberry and beach plum. I have two concerns. One is, I didn't see, Teresa, are you the one that's going to be doing the planting and monitoring?
We are, yes.
Okay. Correct. So we'll probably require 3 years of monitoring in the order to ensure that those invasives are kept at bay, to keep those native plants there as screening and great for the resource areas, I would imagine. My other concern was that because this happened as an accident, I think because in part the property lines are a bit strange out there, I was wondering if it was also possible to maybe demarcate the areas, either the planted areas or the property lines, so that this doesn't happen again. Is that possible?
Certainly, the demarcation would have to occur either along the property line or on the MacIver property. So I'll work with the Schroeder family and Matt MacIver, who I believe is on the line today, to put an appropriate demarcation either on the property line or on the MacIver property.
Okay. Mr. MacIver can also, too, as an added precaution, if he wants to demarcate the property line and maybe even with some stones or split rail fence, single rail fence, demarcate the area of vegetation that's on his property. It's up to him if he wants to do that.
Yeah, hi, I'm sorry. This is Matt MacIver, and I'd be happy to work with Bill and the Schroeders to make that happen.
Okay. Thank you. Good.
I don't have anything further.
Okay. Other commissioners' questions? Bob Rawls?
No, demarcation was the thing I was looking for. I do know we've been talking about one top cherry. The plans show two top cherries for what it's worth.
It's actually, it's a multi-stem. So there's multiple stems coming off of the cherry there. And looking back through this, again, because of the amount of invasive vine material that's sort of over, and I'm again going through photos that we took back on March 9th. It's hard to tell if there's a separate tree coming out or they're all coming out from one tree base. As cherries do when they're cut, kind of typical in coppice regeneration or, just general cutting. So it seems like it's sometime in the past, historically, maybe these cherries had been cut previously and then had been vigorously regrowing as multiple trunks. Either way, we're replacing 3 serviceberry and 1 oak, as well as the beech plum and the bayberry to try and make up for the loss of biomass.
Right, yeah, okay, that's fine. No more.
Okay, thank you. Joe, questions?
I just wanted to make sure that Teresa's got kind of long-term, well, the 3-year management of that cherry tree, because we all know what they do.
So we obviously, that would be up to the commission with a notice of intent filing. The permit will be open for 3 years. I guess one caveat is we are not proposing an invasive species management program here. And there is a significant amount of invasive vegetation. I think as part of the 3-year monitoring, what we'll probably have to do is just make sure that invasive vines aren't overtaking the vegetation. We'll probably have to go in there fairly regularly and cut the invasive vines back because we're not going to be treating them. So it is a little bit of a challenging situation here because of the vegetation that's present.
And the cherry is not going to need sort of kind of addressing, some pruning from time to time?
We could do some regenerative pruning on the cherry tree. In general, they tend to come back fairly vigorously when they're cut like this. So, if it's going to, what it will end up being, this cherry tree will be a fairly large overgrown shrub type of tree. It's not ever going to be a single trunk canopy tree. But that tends to be the way cherries grow. And if you've seen them where, a piece of the cherry breaks, falls, lands on the ground, it just restarts resprouting again. And I think that's what we're seeing in here and why it was originally identified as 2 cherry trees.
Thank you.
Bob Delvecchio, questions from you, comments?
A quick comment. Teresa, you're planning on removing some invasives before you plant, correct?
We are actually not planning, we have no proposal to remove any invasive vegetation on this site. That was not authorized or part of our scope of services. What we're going to be doing is replanting in the areas that are kind of grassy surrounding the area of the cherry tree that was cut.
Okay, so you're not going to remove any invasives at all then?
That was not part of what we were proposing here, nor was it part of the scope that we were requested to provide for the restoration of the previously cut vegetation.
Okay, so you'll be planting in areas that aren't competitive with other plants.
We do recognize that that the areas that we're proposing to plant, while they are currently lawn areas and have been maintained as lawn right at the edge of where that cherry was cut, that we likely will be dealing with invasive vines trying to work their way over the newly planted vegetation, which is why we're going to have to monitor it and keep that at bay so that that vegetation doesn't get smothered while it gets established.
Madam Chair, Bill Riley, for Bob Delvecchio's question.
Yeah.
The problem, Bob, is that the entire bank is very, very thick invasive material. And there's no way to start without, spending a couple $100,000 trying to clear the stuff off. And in the context of the way this occurred, it just wasn't on anybody's radar screen at that time.
Okay, I understand that. But on the plan notes, Teresa, can you just add that you're going to be removing vegetation, invasive vegetation before you plant? and as needed as you maintain the plantings?
Bob's talking about the vines, Teresa, that you said that you'd be trimming.
Yes, we can certainly add that to a plan note, just as part of the maintenance of the project or the planted area over the course of the 3 years.
Thank you.
And I'll also say, regardless of the scope of work that these two homeowners have directed Blue Flax, because this is a restoration project, even after the order will have as a continuing condition to maintain these planted restoration plants and keep them healthy and growing and not covered by invasives. So even at the end of the Blue Flax term of their contract, it's going to be the obligation of these homeowners to do what is necessary to keep these plants healthy and growing. Tom, questions?
Thank you. Just standard question to our friends. Will the plantings increase the stability of the bank?
Bill Riley, I don't believe so. The bank itself is very, very heavily vegetated. I don't think there's any issue of stability, except to the extent that invasive plants sometimes aren't the most stable plants, but the work was done above the top of the bank, and I don't think what we're doing is going to change anything about stability.
I'm sorry, Bill. Maybe my question was unclear. I was basically trying to check off the requirement under the WPA for coastal banks that any work on banks are supposed to support the stability of the bank. And so I was asking if, in fact, the plantings were going to help support the stability of the bank.
I don't think the plantings are on the bank, Tom.
Oh, they're not. Oh.
They're above
just
the top
above
of the bank.
They are just above and on the coastal bank. So where we're proposing the additional, most of the invasive vegetation is located right on the coastal bank. And because we obviously don't want to plant native shrubs right into invasive vegetation, we're proposing to do planting at sort of the top of the coastal bank. The coastal bank itself is, as Attorney Riley pointed out, is completely really overwhelmed by invasive vegetation. It's really that transition area. It doesn't function, well, I don't want to say it doesn't function as a bank. It's not a steep coastal bank like you might see in other areas that we've looked at. It's a fairly shallow bank, and it's sort of the transition area between the edge of the dune and the upland areas. So from that perspective, it's not an issue of stability in this particular area. As you head further north and west, the bank does become steeper, but that's outside of the project area. In the area where the cherry trees were cut, it's a very shallow bank, and it's really just more of a transition between the dune and the upland areas.
All right, let me ask the question a different way so that yeah, I thought I was asking something simple. Forgive me. I'm looking at the diagram, and it shows plantings on both the coastal dune side of the bank and also on the other side. So, is there anything that the plantings will do to increase the instability of the bank? How about that way?
There will be there would be no increase in instability. There would be no adverse impact on the coastal bank at all from us planting these native plants. If anything, they help obviously improve wildlife habitat value, improve biodiversity. So they will provide some ecological services. And they will not cause any adverse impact or any instability to the coastal bank, dune, or 50-foot buffer.
Thank you. That was the information I was looking for.
Thanks.
All right, is that it, Tom? Any other questions? Any questions from any other participants on the call? Okay. Callie, so we have some revisions coming?
Yeah, I just have that Teresa's gonna add that plan note about removing during her monitoring, that she'll remove or prune some of the invasive vines from the native plants that she recently planted. I also have that they're going to talk about where to place the property bounds or demarcate the planted areas on the ground, like in the field. And that's it.
Okay. Then I would say that this is, given that we've got plenty of time, we should schedule this to go to the October 7th work session for the order.
Madam Chair, I would ask,
yeah,
the McIvers are understandably anxious to get things reestablished there. And as a brown thumb person, I don't know when the planting season is and whether the October hearing would push us back so we miss the planting season. But that's a question for Teresa.
Yeah, Teresa?
Yeah, I think the October, at this point, because of the drought situation, our fall planting season is being bumped back. We're bumping back all of our planting until mid to late September through October. So I think the October planting time would actually be ideal for this particular area.
Okay.
Okay, good. All right, thank you very much.
That works for us then. So is there a motion then to continue this to the October 7th work session for the order of conditions?
Ms. Bob Rawls move to the October 7th work session for OOCs.
Kitts, second.
Thank you. Roll call vote to continue this to October 7th for the issuance of the order of conditions. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Hello, yes.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark. Tom?
Aye.
There you are. And I vote aye as well, so that's unanimous to go to October 7th for the order of conditions. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is 203 Cross Street, Eric and Laura Nyman, SE 103434, proposed construction of swimming pool at 203 Cross Street, Assessors Map 14C, parcel G7.
Good morning, or good afternoon now, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, Bill Riley on behalf of the Nymans, Dave Clark and Phil Cheney are also on the line. And this is a proposal to locate a swimming pool in the 0 to 50, which has sort of kamikaze-like aspects to it. But what we're within 50 feet of is a ditch. It's not like we're dealing with a wetland that requires this level of separation for protection, and certainly Phil Cheney's plan improves the system there. So I'd like to ask Dave to explain the plan, and then Phil to explain the planting plan. Dave Clark.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Where did David go?
Yes, there you are, David. Okay.
David Clark, Clark Engineering for the record. To reiterate what Bill had to say about the wetland that we're dealing with here. There is an old cranberry bog approximately 400 feet to the south of our property corner. That cranberry bog was probably abandoned well over 100 years ago. And part of that cranberry bog was a man-made ditch that relieved the bog of excess water, and that drains along this property, the property to the south, and eventually enters a culvert about 2/3 of the way towards Cross Street, that culvert then discharges through Emery Field, which is a little road on the other side of the cross street Stage Harbor Road intersection, and then finally gets out to Oyster Pond. So this ditch, it's truly a ditch, is because the side slopes are almost vertical. It really doesn't provide any vegetated wetland habitat, and so it's really just a conveyance, an intermittent stream, so to speak. So it's a conveyance of excess water from that upper bog. That's its primary function. And as Bill said, we would normally be reluctant to present such a project to the commission, but given that it is a ditch and its primary function is a conveyance of water, we proceeded with the application as you see it. So the proposal is to construct a swimming pool entirely within a lawn area and almost entirely within the no disturb zone. The area between the pool and the ditch is in need of work, and Phil has proposed a restoration mitigation plan for that area. The increase in site coverage in the no disturb zone is 1,145 square feet, and in the 50 to...
Very good. Phil Cheney here, representing the Nymans. You see the landscape plan now in front of you. The area between the pool and the existing lawn where the pool would be going and the ditch is composed primarily now of extremely mature privet trees. That's the existing dogwood, which we're looking to preserve, and a couple of reasonable-sized sycamore maples, which are on the invasive species list. So we're looking to clear all that invasive vegetation out of there. The nature of them has prohibited a lot of good understory growth. Replanting with 3 swamp maples and 6 serviceberry to bring back some good tree mass within that area, and then a number of shrubs, as you see on the plant list, which would be more appropriate for that kind of a situation along the banks of the ditch. We do show a pool fence where we're staying just off of the pool deck as we're able, and obscuring that with native plantings as well. So yes, I've achieved with 3,100 square feet of restoration there, better than 2-to-1 mitigation, which you see. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I'll open to questions from commissioners. Commissioner Rawls?
Yes, I enjoyed the Attorney Riley's description of this as on the face of it a kamikaze mission, because it is, as we all see, it's on the face of putting a pool in an NDZ would be a non-starter. I can understand the argument that the resource area is a lesser resource area. The problem that I have is I'm not sure what sort of latitude we have in saying some resource areas are lesser than others. So it would be a logical jujitsu to try to figure out how to phrase that. I do have a couple of questions. The privet was mentioned, and where I guess I'm not seeing, or right now I'm not seeing where the privet is. Is that wherever it is? Would that go or stay?
Phil Cheney here. They're scattered throughout there, and they would all be gone. I do not have them located specifically.
And the pool fence, a pool fence inside an NDZ, even though we have varying understandings of whether this constitutes an NDZ or not, a true one, is normally also a non-starter. Is that something that is not negotiable?
I'll be happy to review that with the Nymans. I know my understanding is if you have an automatic pool cover, you do not need a pool fence, and I'll discuss that with the Nymans.
Right. Well, the other issue is pool fences that restrict animal movement, as you know. So,
I understand.
And so the alternatives analysis talked about how it was not desirable to have it on the other side of the house. Even though, okay, well, anyway, I guess I had no question.
Okay, thank you. Joe, questions? Comments?
Can we talk about the deck of the pool? Is that all dry laid stone?
At this point, it's proposed as a mortared stone, but that's generally more appropriate around a pool deck.
And what are we going to do about the drainage?
If you see on the landscape plan, the block note in the center of the pool there points to a gravel strip that would be running along between the pool and the lawn area and the mitigation area. Thank you. That would be capturing any runoff, and that would be diverted to a dry well that I show on the outside of the 50-foot zone.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Joe, or comments?
No, thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, Bob Del Vecchio, questions or comments from you?
Yeah, I think the first thing we have to decide is whether we'll allow a pool within the NDZ. And the second thing I have was the existing lawn is, I think it looks like it was pretty lush and irrigated. Within the 50, can that be converted to just a fescue lawn?
Bill Riley, yes. I think the answer is yes, but obviously I have to discuss it with the Nyman family.
Yeah, and then the irrigation would have to be, capped off because I know the front lawn is irrigated as well. So I think those were the only two questions I had at the moment.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tom, questions and comments?
Yeah, everybody's raised the appropriate questions already. I think I would just say amen to the idea that it's not for us to decide between resource areas that one is more entitled or in need of protection than another. I think I agree with Bill's characterization. I think it's a bad idea. Thank you.
Well, I didn't think it was a bad idea. I just understand the difficulty, and I disagree with the idea that you shouldn't evaluate resource areas because all resource areas are clearly not created equal, and again the purpose of the commission, is to be an interface between the regulations and the applicants, and so I think it is fair for you to look specifically at this ditch, and if we need a site visit, we'll do a site visit, and to show you that it's a resource area. All it is draining a swamp off in the back of what used to be an old turkey farm, and so I really think it is fair for you to consider what's actually there on the ground.
David Clark here.
Yes, David.
To reinforce what Bill Riley just said, if all wetlands were treated equally, you wouldn't have different performance standards for each wetland. So certainly a coastal bank is completely different than a ditch. The wetland values that they provide are not even comparable. In that a coastal bank is strictly a vertical buffer for storm surges or a sediment source. This particular ditch, I think the only wetland value it provides is a conveyance of water. And looking at the ditch, the last time I was out there, it was quite a while ago, it was in the wintertime, to me, it looks like it's clearly been maintained by Cape Cod Mosquito Control. So to preserve the conveyance and allow that bog to drain and not become mosquito habitat. And we see a lot of these types of ditches all over Chatham that have been maintained or are maintained by Cape Cod Mosquito Control. So the idea of the ditch itself being wetlands habitat is influenced by human intervention, not on a yearly basis, but probably this ditch is probably on their rotation for being checked and maintained, but it could be 1 in 5 years or 1 in 10 years. So there's always going to be human activity associated with that ditch. And so, and again, as I stated in the beginning, that's one of the reasons why we proceeded with this project, is that I think the wetland values are somewhat diminished because of the role it plays as just a conveyance between the bog and Oyster Pond.
Okay, thank you, David. I'm just going to share the screen for a moment. Because I hear what you're saying about, and I hear the conversation about resource areas versus resource areas versus resource areas. The truth is, when you're in a buffer zone or under the bylaw in an adjacent upland resource area, as we are here, we are specifically directed to consider the quality and the quantity of the resource area that is adjacent to the buffer zone that we're focusing on. So it is relevant. Nonetheless, because it's in the non-disturb zone, we are also required to go through the variance analysis and to look at the available alternatives, including relocation that accomplishes the project's purpose. And that's where I get caught up in looking at the lot configuration and where the 50 and 100-foot lines are. I did read the alternatives analysis that focused on the possibility of putting the pool up in the western section of the property closer to Cross Street, which obviously would raise issues of privacy. But there's many different ways of getting around that and using planting and screening and keeping it outside the 50-foot. I also noticed when I was on site that there is some also room outside of our jurisdiction and in this area that is encompassed by the L shape of the house that would require the removal of a large tree, but gets you outside. So where I come down is I still am not convinced that there are not alternatives to putting it in a no disturb zone. Let me see, how do I stop sharing?
Okay,
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
With regards, if you want to put that screen back up, the site plan
hold
back.
on. Yeah, hang on. Yep.
So one of the things you have to keep in mind is that it's an R40. This is an R40 zone. So that means that the setback from Cross Street is 40 feet, and the setback from Crisscross Lane is 40 feet. And then the setback from the rear property line is 25 feet. And so, although it looks like this area outside the 100 there in the on the north side of the property between the house and Crisscross Lane, in reality, there isn't room to put the pool there because of the setback requirements. And although I understand it's not a major consideration, putting the pool in the front yard, there's not only is it a privacy issue, that means, if the Nymans want to use the pool, the pool's 100 feet away or 150 feet away from the house. And, as I'm sure you're aware, most people would prefer to have the pool close to the house so they don't have to, walk around in their bathing suits and stuff. So while it's possible to put the pool down there, there are a lot of negatives on the social side and on the zoning side that make it much, much less desirable. So that's another aspect of the problem here.
Okay.
David Clarkin.
Yes, David.
Regarding putting the pool out in the front yard out by Cross Street, as you can see in the alternative sketch, the shape of the pool basically rules out the possibility of having an automatic pool cover. I know it's one of the things we're going to talk to the Nymans about regarding the current location of the pool, but there's really no way to get a rectangular pool out by Cross Street in that small space. So we would definitely have to have a fence around it out there.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
Would it be helpful at all for us to do, if they ask the applicant and the team, to go into the ditch and see what kind of vegetation's in there? Would that be helpful at all, do you think?
With a view toward determining what?
That the value of it as a wetland resource is not significant, but it's merely a way to convey water from the old turkey farm down into the oyster pond. In other words, highlighting what we think would like the lack of value. But that's
Okay, so you're suggesting an on-site basically to take a look at the ditch and evaluate it.
Right.
All right.
Or yeah, that would be one thing. Or just we could hire wetland specialists to detail the type of vegetation that's in the ditch. Whichever, I don't know how we do on-sites anymore.
Yeah. I mean, that's gotten tricky, but let me finish with asking people and get Callie's input, and then we'll poll the commissioners to see what their view is toward a way forward here. Callie, questions and comments from you?
I was just wondering if there was a way. I'm just going to share my screen here. I liked Bill Riley's suggestion of having a wetland specialist go out there and take a look at it. I also was wondering if at all possible this ditch could be acting as any sort of vernal pool habitat. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't for these ditches, so that would be something that I would add. I'm also curious, I'm just sharing my screen trying to get down to the site plan here. I was wondering, I know that you guys were talking about the various alternative locations for the pool, and it sounds like over here isn't really a viable option and that the commission isn't pleased with it over here. Is there a way to sort of negotiate some sort of, I don't know, compromise and put it here? I haven't visited the site recently, so I don't know what's there, but sort of swap out this and have it partially in the no disturb zone and put whatever's here over here.
We'll review that with the Nymans, of course. Yeah. That's not a bad thought. I just have to review it with the Nymans.
Okay.
Quick comment on the vernal pool habitat. I think by definition, this ditch wouldn't be considered vernal pool habitat because it has an inlet and an outlet, and it's a conveyance from the
good point.
To
right.
Just my 2 cents.
I too am drawn to the suggestion of having a wetland specialist evaluate that. That means a lot more than us standing there looking at it, which frankly I can't tell, doesn't tell me much of anything. But having this wetland functions and values quantified and qualified by a specialist would be very helpful.
And I'm looking at the site plan, and the sewer line from the street runs right through that area, Callie.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed that. That was a good thought, though.
Yeah.
Right, so I guess then, on behalf of the Ninth, we would request a continuance to the next meeting you think you have space for us, and we'll engage a wetland specialist to investigate the vegetation that's growing in there.
Can you think you can have that if the next open meeting is actually October 14th?
Oh, yes. Yes, by then we'll have it clearly a week before that time.
Okay, that would be helpful.
This is Bob Rawls. Bill, I think that what you'd be asking this specialist is not what vegetation is growing there, but what is the overall value of the habitat?
Correct.
Well, if you guys give me the questions, those are the questions.
The question is to describe in both quantification and to quantify and qualify both parts of that, the extent to which that ditch has wetlands, is performing wetlands functions and values. And you can refer to the protected interests of the Wetlands Protection Law for those particular functions and values.
Okay. All right, great.
Is that right? Is that, Bob? Does that get to what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just how valuable is it?
Yeah.
Right, and I'll in the whoever we hire, and we're going to start looking this afternoon. I'll make sure that that person watches this video when it becomes, archived, so he understands the questions that the commissioners have.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Do we then have a motion to continue this to October 14th, pending receipt of a report on the wetland function?
Bob Rawls move to October 14th, pending a specialist report on the value of the habitat.
Okay.
Kit, second.
Thank you. Roll call vote on continuance to October 14th. Commissioner Rawls?
Aye.
Kitts?
Aye.
Delvecchio?
Aye.
Clark?
Aye.
And I vote aye as well. Okay, we're unanimous to continue to October 14th and look forward to receiving a report no later than October 7th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right,
Okay.
Callie, moving along.
Next item on the agenda is 56 Jericho Lane, 56 Jericho LLC, SC 103431, proposed relocation of existing timber bulkhead along toe of Coastal Bank within Coastal Beach at 56 Jericho Lane, Assessor's Map 10C, Parcel B5.
David Clark, Clark Engineering. So this is a repair project. The Watsons, who've owned this property for, I think, over 30 years now, did reconstruct this bulkhead over 20 years ago. The problem is, if you've been out to the site, you'll see that there's been some end scour, and so the bulkhead is no longer parallel with the shoreline or the toe of the bank. And as the seasons go by, the problem is just intensifying. I think there's a lot of eddy currents that develop behind the bulkhead and is increasing the rate of scour. So the proposal is to remove at least one section, most likely two sections, and adjust those sections so they're in line with the current toe of the slope. And then once those are installed, we will probably need a little bit of backfill material, and we're proposing to have a kind of a marshalling area up at the top of the bank, and then erect a temporary chute and slide the fill down the hill, because obviously we can't get equipment down there the access is blocked from the north by a permanent pier and from the south by another permanent pier. That's it in a nutshell. The resource areas that we're working in is obviously a coastal bank and a coastal beach. I think the benefits of this is that it will allow the salt marsh to regenerate itself. Right now, I think all those eddy currents are really moving a lot of sand around and scouring out the area between the bulkhead and where the salt marsh should be. And so we think this will be a benefit to the salt marsh once it's complete. Happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, David. Questions from commissioners? Bob, you're up first today all day.
Yeah, sounds like
that's your lot in life. That's the order I've got you all here on.
Yeah, I don't have too many questions. Well, actually, I'm not sure that I have. I guess once this is done, it's still going to be the rebuilt part of the bulkhead is going to be well above mean high water.
Yes, that's the goal. There isn't a Chapter 91 license for it right now. The north end of the existing bulkhead is right there at mean high water. So if this goes a couple of more seasons, it would probably be below mean high water. Yeah, we want to keep it as far above mean high water as possible to let the beach do what it wants to do.
Yeah, is there need or any plans to revegetate?
We considered that. In fact, the Watsons had Lindsay Strode out to the site, who one of his fortes is salt marsh restoration. Because it's such a dynamic area, we didn't want to basically invest the money in restoration right now because we want to see what it does. So at this point, restoration is not part of the application because we don't want to. Those salt marsh plugs are somewhat light, and if we plant them there and the area is unstable at first, they could just wind up down the beach on somebody else's beach. So I think we would rather install this and see what happens, and then 2, 3, 4 years down the road, if we feel that it's stable and the salt marsh, the salt marsh is not coming back on its own, we would probably file a separate application to do some replanting.
I wonder if we could handle that as a condition.
Well, I think and we thought about that too. As you know, the order is only good for 3 years, and we could probably extend it a couple of times. I don't know if that's a long enough time to monitor this to see if the salt marsh is going to come back on its own.
David, could we, and to the commission, could we maybe require at the request for a certificate of compliance, have someone come out and just monitor the salt marsh at the end of that 3 years and just include that with the file in case salt marsh restoration is needed after the 3 years?
That's probably a good idea. Like I said, Lindsay's been out to the site, and so I think he understands what our baseline is right now. Plus, we have lots of additional pictures we did submit. So yeah, that's probably a good idea.
This is the corner of the house right here. Wait, no, that's the corner of the house.
Hello, who's speaking? I'm not sure who that was. Okay. Is that it for you, Bob?
Yeah, generally, I seems like the sort of thing we normally or often get comments from Ted on.
Yeah, I asked Ted for a comment, and he said he didn't have any issues with the project, so he didn't write anything formal. I can I can look back at my emails and see if he did. I don't recall him submitting a comment letter, but I'll look back in my emails.
Okay, that's all for me.
Okay. Okay. Bob Del Vecchio? I skipped Joe. Questions?
Do you want to go to Joe or do you want to go to me?
Yeah. Well, you're speaking now, so I'll stick with you and swing
Okay.
back and pick up Joe.
All right. The steps, how are they going to interact with the bulkhead, the new position of the bulkhead?
We are tying the bulkhead now into the toe of the slope. So the steps immediately underneath where the bulkhead is to be located will be removed. And it'll be just a grass or wood chip path to the north end of the bulkhead where they can step down onto the beach. So I don't believe we need any new stairs at the end of the bulkhead, but basically the foot traffic will come down to the stairs till they hit the bulkhead and then walk north along the bulkhead onto the beach.
And there won't be any additional erosion because of that area?
No, because one of the goals of the project is to tie the bulkhead into the toe. And we feel that there is some escarpment or scouring to the north, but in the area where we're working, there doesn't appear to be any significant scouring. So we think once it's installed and backfilled, it should be all right. Certainly, we're going to loam and seed it with a coastal grass mix, any disturbed areas above the extreme high water mark.
Okay. And once the new bulkhead is installed, is there going to be any backfilling of it?
Yes, we feel we're going to try to keep it as tight to the escarpment as possible, but there will be some backfilling required, and I believe I expanded on that in the narrative and the construction protocols. What you'll see on the plan is a temporary chute. The idea would be to stockpile some material in the driveway, small bobcat type machine to bring the material around the house to the top of the bank, and then either the bobcat would dump it onto the chute, depending on the size of it, or it would be hand shoveled onto the chute and escorted down the bank to be used as backfill.
I see. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, Joe. All right, thank you. Joe, sorry I missed you.
It's all right. I have a question about shellfish habitat.
Okay. This is all above the mean high water. It's also above extreme high water. So, in my opinion, the new bulkhead will not be within shellfish habitat. The north end of the existing bulkhead is right at mean high water, so I would say it's probably in shellfish habitat. So when we remove it, I think we're going to be restoring or allowing the shellfish habitat to heal itself in that area. Currently, there's a disconnect because of the bulkhead.
Thanks, David. I do think that it would be very interesting. And we're talking about looking at regeneration of the marsh to sort of over time see what happens to shellfish habitat in there. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, Tom?
Okay, thank you. I did a site inspection of the site well over a month ago, and I think it's an excellent project. I was convinced that it'll stop erosion of the bank, which you can easily see is smothering some of the eelgrass, so it'll help the eelgrass to reestablish. And I think it'll also stabilize the adjacent beach. So in my mind, it's a good project and we should support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Callie?
Yeah, I just had one question for David. I am very familiar with the backfilling protocol that you talked about with the chutes. I was just, and I apologize if I missed it in your protocol, for the actual removal of the existing portion and then the installation of the new, is that done from the upland, or does that have to be done through some sort of, is there a barge involved, or can you just explain that a little bit more?
When it was replaced 20 or 25 years ago, it was done all with hand tools, according to the Watsons, so no barge was needed. So those existing posts were all hand dug.
Wow.
So we don't need any equipment down there. So we'll be able to push material. I don't foresee a lot of material being needed for backfilling. So we'll be able to push material down the chute and probably relocate the chute as we go down to make it easier for the guys. But I don't foresee a lot of material being needed down there. And again, it was all done before with hand tools, and it will be done this time with hand tools. Okay.
Okay, great. I know that if Renee was, I sent this to Renee yesterday or the day before. I didn't receive a comment letter, but I can definitely communicate to her that it'll all be done by hand from the upland side. So I would imagine she would agree with David's assessment on the shellfish habitat.
Okay. I don't think we need any further information. I think we have got everything we need, and I would then suggest that we schedule this for the work session on September 2nd.
Bob Rawls move it to work session on September 2nd.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue this to the work session on September the 2nd. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kits.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. We will pick this up at the work session on the 2nd. Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is 294 Bayview Road, James F. and Ann E. McKinney, SE 103435. Proposed demolition of existing dwelling, construction of new dwelling at 294 Bayview Road, Assessors Map 3B, Parcel B15.
Hi, good afternoon. This is Stephanie Sequin with Ryder and Wilcox. I'm representing the McKinneys. I believe they are listening in, as well as Phil Cheney. And this is an application for a demolition of an existing house and reconstruction of a new house in virtually the same location. It's 294 Bayview Road. It's a little over 8,000 square foot lot. It overlooks a salt marsh on the far side of Bayview Road. The land subject to coastal storm flowage, there's two different zones here. On one side, it's elevation 11, and the other side, it's 13, both A zones. We traced the flood contours, determined the slope, and in certain areas, the top of coastal bank is defined as the flood zone itself. In some areas in particular where there has been regrading and miscellaneous retaining walls, the retaining walls are actually the top of the coastal bank. So we've located the top of the coastal bank, shown the 50-foot buffer, which covers 95% of the site. The entire site is within the 100-foot buffer to the coastal bank. According to assessor's records, the existing building was built in 1950. It's a 3-bedroom home, a single story with a drive under garage. There's hardscaping, which consists of a paved driveway at the lower level, several decks and retaining walls, miscellaneous walkways. In the front of the house, where most of the outdoor activities are, there is kind of a mishmash of existing deck, boardwalk, stepping stone, walkways, retaining walls. All that hardscaping on the front of the house is sort of confined within an existing concrete retaining wall. So there's sort of a level area immediately in front of the house, and then there's the retaining wall, and then the grade drops down to the sloping lawn in the front of the house. The landscaping is basically a Cape Cod lawn in the front yard that it extends down to and over the coastal bank and all the way out to the edge of the road. The entire developed area, the existing building and all the hardscaping are all within the 50-foot buffer within the NDZ. The existing septic system is located in the driveway that was upgraded in 2005 and includes a microfast, which is an innovative alternative system that provides nitrogen reduction. So right now there's, as I said, it's just a single story, 3 bedrooms with a drive under garage, unfinished storage in the basement. The slab elevation in the basement is just below the 13-foot flood contour. The slab elevation is 12.9. What is being, the McKinney's bought the property in 2015 and had used it as just a summer home. They have since relocated and made this their permanent home. So in order to make it more suitable for year-round living, they decided the best thing to do would be to tear down the existing 1-story house and build a new 2-story house in pretty much the same location, still having the drive under garage and unfinished storage in the lower level. The existing, the square footage of the existing building is 1,252 square feet, and the square footage of the new building is 1,224 square feet. So there is a very slight reduction in the square footage, 28 square feet smaller. It is located in essentially the same. We don't have much in the way of options here as far as locating the new building. In order to maximize the setback from the resource area, we have pushed the building back toward the north property line as far as we could without encroaching on the 15-foot side yard setback that's required under zoning, and also held it the minimum distance from the westerly property line. So we have tried to maximize that setback to the new building. The other changes that are being proposed, the slab elevation in the of the basement is going to be elevation 13.5, so it's 6 inches above the flood elevation. So we are sort of eliminating that potential, hopefully minimizing that potential damage from flooding. It will remain unfinished storage and garage. It will have, currently there's just 1 overhead door that goes into the garage. The new building will have 2 overhead doors, and in order to provide access to both those doors, the driveway will be expanded a little bit. So we are increasing the square footage of the driveway, but where it is currently paved, the new driveway will be pervious. So we're increasing the coverage, but improving the quality by replacing the paved driveway with a pervious surface. Then otherwise, all the existing hardscaping, whether it be the deck or the walkways or the retaining walls, those are all going to be removed and replaced in new configurations. Phil Cheney's put together a landscape plan that is showing the proposed, the new hardscaping. What's being shown instead of a deck is in the front is a dry laid pervious patio. The square footage of the patio is larger than that of the existing deck. But if you look at, as I said, there's a a combination of existing hardscaping in the front. There's the deck, there's the walkway, there's stepping stones and the retaining walls. So this expanded deck area is sort of incorporating the square footage of all those various hardscaping features, and the expansion or the bulk of the additional square footage is adjacent to the building. All of the new deck and retaining wall and walkway are within the footprint of that existing concrete block retaining wall. So what's actually happening here is through the construction of this new patio that will be bordered by a raised seating wall, they're actually going to be confining, I think, the footprint of the outdoor activities there. So it is a little bit what we're ending up with an increase of the square footage of the patio is 312 square feet. The overall, including the reconstructed retaining walls, the expanded driveway, the total increase in coverage within the no disturb zone is 443 square feet. And as mitigation for that, the landscaping plan is showing approximately 920 square feet of existing Cape Cod lawn that's going to be restored with native shrubs. So we're providing a little more than the 2-to-1 ratio of mitigation that's required. I've included our construction protocol, which is a fairly typical construction notes. This has gone to the Board of Appeals. It has been approved. They've issued a special permit, and there's no changes to the septic system are planned. It's adequate for the proposed building. So I think that is all that I have to say on that. I'd be happy to answer any questions, or if you wanted, Phil could go over the specifics of the planting plan if you'd prefer. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah, I'd like to hear from Phil about the mitigation that's proposed.
Hello, Phil Cheney here, representing McKinney's, the landscape plan that you have before you. What this consists of along the street now is sort of a hodgepodge of some existing good quality bayberry and a few mixed in exotics, as well as some patches of English ivy. So our recommendation is to pull out the exotics, the juniper, forsythia, and the ivy, keep the existing bayberry in place, seem to be well established and healthy, and then filling in around those to expand into a continuous buffer zone planting on there, ranging generally between 10 and 15 feet wide along the street. And we're working hard to save the pine tree that's out at the southeast corner of the house. It looks to me like that's going to be salvageable. The cedar that's being removed from the southwest corner of the house, which is really right up against the foundation, that would be replaced with some cedar trees, which would be putting along the back, still within the 50-foot buffer as well. And the walls that are existing now, some of the ones around the driveway area are timber, pressure-treated timbers, so that would be removed and replaced with stone material. I think that covers it from my end, if you have questions.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking, I didn't notice, I was going to ask you about tree removal because I missed where is the cedar tree that has to come out? It's
the southwest corner of the foundation of the existing house, and it's literally like a foot or two off the foundation, I think. I don't think it shows up on the site plan necessarily.
Okay. And that's the only tree that has to be removed?
Correct.
Okay.
There's a nice mature pitch pine in that southeast corner, which looks quite safe.
Yeah, I did notice that. Okay, questions and comments from commissioners? Bob? You're up.
Yep, thank you. The site plan, I think both site plan and landscaping plan have some divergences, but both of them say that, actually, one of them says that it's the decks and there'll be a deck or a patio. And I just wonder if you have selected one, because it does make a little bit of a difference in terms of runoff and so forth. So is that still the case?
Yes, I apologize it is intended to be a patio. The plan was drafted. That was not fully decided yet, but it is intended to be a patio.
Okay. And in let me see. I guess it's the site plan, it shows mitigation, but obviously that's not the areas of mitigation that are shown in the landscaping plan. Possible to sort of synchronize those to the areas of the mitigation to look the same, generally the same.
Hi, Bob. This is Stephanie. And yes, you're right that our site plan was prepared before Phil had his mitigation plan finalized. So I can revise. He actually bumped up the mitigation planting, so I can reflect those increased plantings on the site plan.
Okay. And then finally, just thank you for indicating that the existing Cape Cod lawn will remain Cape Cod lawn. So I don't have to go asking you what the lawn is. That's great.
Yes, not an issue on this one, no.
Okay. All right, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Joe, how about you? Questions or comments?
Just a little sort of question, explanation about the drainage from the new patio.
Sure. At this point, again, it's going to be dry laid patio. We expect that there's going to be a seat wall. The retaining wall will extend above the patio, so the runoff will be generally contained within the patio and be percolate through there. We may need to have a drain, internally to a dry well, but being dry laid, it shouldn't be a big factor.
Thank you.
Okay, Bob Delvecchio.
Yeah, I just had a question on the pervious driveway. What's that material and how well will that drain?
I don't know as we've chosen a material for that yet. But I imagine it would be either crushed shell, or stone.
On my landscape plan, I'm indicating gravel or shell. Nothing has been chosen on that yet, but that's the anticipation.
Okay, so if it is, that will drain pretty well then.
Yes.
Okay, anything else, Bob?
I just asked, sorry, I hit the mute button.
Go ahead.
It's going to be flat. It's not going to be pitched or anything like that. Pretty level.
It is pretty level.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Tom, questions or comments?
Yeah, I mean, you could all guess what my views are. It's in an NDZ. I don't think it's a good idea for that reason. So, although I think they've done a very creative job with a very limited space, but I don't think it's appropriate.
Okay. Callie, questions or
Yeah.
comments from you?
I have just one question and a comment. My first question is, and you may have mentioned this, and I apologize. There's a lot of retaining walls on there on the property. Is that because you anticipate a lot of filling, or is it just I'm just curious.
Those are existing. There are a lot of retaining walls, and that's what happens when you have a walkout, especially on a small site where you can't make the grade change in a long distance. You have to make that grade change through retaining walls. So we're not showing any new retaining walls, simply realigning, reconfiguring the ones that are there. I think the only new aspect of it, as you're in the driveway facing the end of the house, the east end of the house, you can go to the left and go up the stairs to get into the front door. But in order to get from the driveway to the back door, you have to walk around. I guess if you, you have to walk around the end of that retaining wall on the right side. So we are showing a new set of steps incorporated into the retaining wall on the north side, so that from the driveway on the lower level, you can walk right up those steps and get up to the back door.
Okay. My other comment was just, I thought this was a really well-prepared application. It was really complete, and I just wanted to express my appreciation for that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. No, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Say it again slower.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Great.
I had a lot of help.
Well, it shows. It is complete. And it is, to Tom's point that it is in the NDZ, this is a very difficult lot to work with because virtually all of it is in the NDZ. And converting a seasonal cottage to a year-round home under these circumstances required a good dose of creativity, staying within the confines of what's possible. So I too am appreciative of the way it was done. Callie, do we have everything we need on this?
Yeah, the only change, which I think is really minor, is for the site plan to reflect the actual mitigation area on the planting plan. So if Stephanie can do that and get it to us by the latest Friday, then I think it's all set.
Bob Rawls, I forgot to ask my standard question about demarcating the mitigation, both on the plan and in the field. Is it appropriate and possible?
Phil Cheney here. I guess I didn't think it would be necessary in this case, given the sloping nature of the lawn and and the quality of the plant material that's going in there. The lawn's not going to be mowed that often to begin with, so it didn't seem like it was going to be necessary to be delineating that. That said, it can be done if you think that's really important. I think it's going to be pretty well delineated just by the plantings. You
think the density and the size of the plantings that are going in will suffice?
Yes, and the fact that it's not like a maintained lawn, really. It's going to be just mowed occasionally, so it's I don't see that being a big issue. Again, not a problem if you want to have that included. I just didn't see it necessary.
We could put in the order, Bob, that if during the pendency of the 3 years of the order or at the time that a certificate of compliance is requested, that there appears to be any incursion into the area or any need for a wall, that we could require it at that point. If you're willing to go with Phil's point that the plants should do the job right now.
Yeah, I can go with that.
All right, we can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm just looking at our schedule and what we've got coming up.
This is Stephanie. In answer to your question, yes, I certainly can get the plan revised and back to you by Friday so that the mitigation areas match those on Phil's plan.
Okay.
And if this could be continued to the work session on the 2nd, would be wonderful.
That's where we're going.
Excellent.
That's
and Janet, also Bob's comment on the patio, that has to be labeled correctly.
Oh, yeah, good
Yep.
point.
Would you like me to resubmit that without that note?
It's probably better, Phil, if you do, just so the record's clean. I hope that's not too much of a burden in between now and Friday.
Certainly I can get you the PDF. Hard copy might be a little tricky, but
If you can get me the PDF of it and just send the hard copy in the mail or something, then that's fine.
very good.
Okay, then with that, assuming all that comes in on time, we'll continue this to the work session on the 2nd.
Bob Rawls moved to continue to the work session on September 2nd.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue this to the work session on September 2nd. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. We take it up on the work session.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, next up is 55 Sears Point Road, Chatter Revocable Trust, and B. Popkin, trustee, SC 103436. Proposed demolition of existing dwelling and construction of new dwelling at 55 Sears Point Road, Assessors Map 11A, Parcel X2. Applicant has requested a continuance to September 9th.
Do we have a motion to approve the request for continuance to the 9th?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to September 9th.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to continue to September 9th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. It's September 9th.
Okay, next item on the agenda is 144 Chat Harbor Lane, an associated easement over 130 Chat Harbor Lane. Michael and Lori McKenna are the applicants. Al Jean Nominee Trust, Eugene Farber and Harvey Ross are trustees, are the owners of 144. SC 103415, reopening for re-advertisement for the proposed improvements in the associated easement over 130 Chat Harbor Lane and proposed raising of an existing structure, restoration of a coastal bank, and property redevelopment at 144 Chat Harbor Lane, Assessors Map 5B. Parcels 10A is number 130 and 10 is number 144. Applicant has requested a continuance to September 9th, 2020.
Is there a motion to approve the continuance to September 9th?
Bob Rawls moved to continue to September 9th.
Thank you.
Kits, second.
All right, roll call vote to continue Chat Harbor, 144 Chat Harbor to September 9th. Commissioner Rawls.
Aye.
Kitts.
Aye.
Delvecchio.
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye. So unanimous September 9th for 144 Chat Harbor.
Okay, next item on the agenda is certificate of compliance for 11 Crest Circle. Mark Jane Sherman, SC 102515, proposed construction of a screen porch over an existing deck, construction of an outdoor stairway to the second floor, installation of a patio and mitigation plantings. As you guys have in your materials today, the assistant conservation agent performed this COC review while I was away on vacation. He submitted an email that you guys have all received, and he's suggesting that the certificate be issued with ongoing conditions. Number 4, page 405, that no herbicide shall be used in the adjacent upland resource area, and also ongoing condition number 5, which involves regarding slow release fertilizer in the 100-foot buffer zone.
Okay. Any questions from anybody? Paul is not here, but you've seen the email. It's appended to the end of the submission documents. He recommended approval of this. The proposed stairs and the landing he found to be in compliance, and the proposed addition was never built. So is there a motion to approve the COC?
Bob Rawls moved to approve the certificate of completion.
Kits, second.
Roll call vote to approve the issuance of the certificate of compliance. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Pitts,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I vote aye as well. It's approved.
Okay, and then the rest of the agenda, you've already spoken about, Janet, about the declaration for these 3D projects, so
Yep.
That's it.
Okay. Everybody, so we approved 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 orders for next week. They've already been assigned to people. Everybody has at least one. Some of us are lucky and have 2. I'll be sending out as I generate the stuff, the information to help with. I have some things I've been compiling to help with the drafting of these findings and special conditions, and we will try to get everything done. Aim to get everything in on Monday, so everybody has Tuesday to review. So we'll all be writing this weekend. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
Bob Rawls, motion to adjourn.
Pitts, second.
Roll call vote to adjourn. Commissioner Rawls,
Aye.
Pitts,
Aye.
Delvecchio,
Aye.
Clark.
Aye.
I definitely vote aye. We are adjourned at 1:11.